Seeing no objections to that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for July 14th, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock a.m. I'd like to welcome all members of council here in attendance this morning, as well as Clearwater County staff who will be here to provide us with information and facts in order for us to make informed decisions on behalf of residents, businesses, and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd like to also welcome members of the public in attendance this morning, as well as any media who may be present or joining us online. Before we begin today's agenda, are there any council members that would like to declare a conflict of interest or any potential pecuniary interests on any items on today's agenda? Seeing none. I'd also like to remind everybody that all meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. Are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda from any council members here this morning? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Cermak makes a motion to adopt today's agenda as presented. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Looking for a motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes from June 23rd, 2026. Were there any errors or omissions noted in those meeting minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes as presented. Councillor Powell makes a motion to adopt the June 23rd, 2006 regular council meeting minutes as presented. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Before we begin today's regular council meeting, we do have a new face at the table, and I'd like to welcome our new Clearwater County's new Chief Administrative Officer, Michael Simpson. So council and the community would like to welcome you to Clearwater County.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Moving on, we do have in our agenda, we have a public hearing. It is on item 4.1 of today's agenda. Public hearing for bylaw number 26097 for application number 1526 to amend land use bylaw. Call this public hearing to order at 9:03. And I'd like to welcome all members of the public who may participate in this hearing either in person or online. Those wishing to speak will be recognized in turn, whether they are in favor or in opposition to the application. And please wait until your turn, until the floor is open before speaking. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes with a 1-minute warning before their time expires. If you're watching the hearing on Council's YouTube channel, please mute YouTube and listen through the online meeting instead, as YouTube has a 30-second delay. If you're watching the hearing on Council's YouTube channel, please mute. I've already said that part. If you are participating online or by phone and get disconnected, please rejoin using the meeting link or phone number provided, and you will be added back into the meeting. So first, I will explain the protocols of the public hearing. Everyone present must register by signing in at the door on the provided sheet. The floor will be open to allow public comments after the applicant has had the opportunity to speak. All persons wishing to speak must be recognized by the chair, and speakers may be limited in their comments if they become repetitive. If a speaker or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair, and council members may ask questions at any time. No audio or video recording devices are allowed, and please turn off or silence your cell phones. Breaks will be also called at the chairman's discretion, and for process, I will explain. Staff will provide the background to the application. Written submissions received from other agencies will be read aloud. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to any agency comments. We will then hear from those in favor of the application, starting with people attending in person and followed by those participating online. Following this, we will hear from those in opposition to the application, again starting with those people attending in person and followed by those participating online. The applicant will have the last word and the opportunity to respond to any comments or questions raised during the hearing. At any time during the hearing, again, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll do a quick round of introduction and we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell. I'm the Ward 1 counselor.
Good morning, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning and thanks for coming. I'm Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor.
Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Council Chambers. My name is Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Zermatt, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Good morning, James Mazak, Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, Mike Simpson, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Eric Hansen, Director of Public Works Infrastructure.
Good morning, Kevin Bowman, Paladin Services Group.
Mark Hampson, Paladin Services Group.
Excellent. Good morning again. Welcome to Council Chambers, and I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Holly Billy to present the background to this application.
Thank you. This proposal is to redesignate approximately 17.9 acres of land within the northwest quarter of Section 12, 3805 from the Agricultural District to the Industrial District. The purpose of the redesignation request is to allow for the construction and operation of an oil field waste management facility. The site is located approximately 4 miles south of Highway 11 with secondary Highway 761 bordering the west boundary and Township Road 38-2 bordering the north boundary. The applicant, Paladin Service Group, is a waste management company that provides environmental waste solutions to the energy industry. Their proposal makes use of an existing, partially decommissioned oil field battery site. Existing equipment on the property will be salvaged and new processing and separating facilities will be constructed in the east central portion of the quarter section. The proposed facility is located on an existing registered leased area identified by a plan number. By utilizing this previously developed site, the applicant can take advantage of the existing infrastructure and significantly reduce the amount of new land disturbance required for their operations. The facility would receive industrial oil field waste products by truck. Once on site, the materials are stored and processed through various separating systems. Recovered oil would be recycled. Liquids would be disposed of through an approved deep well injection system utilizing 2 pipelines and 2 disposal wells. And solids would be transported to a licensed landfill for final disposal. The facility would operate year-round, would be secure and partially screened site. Activity levels vary depending on the oil and gas drilling operations in the area. This facility falls under the classification of a Class 1B waste management facility, which means they're permitted to accept materials containing H2S. Because of this classification, approval from Alberta Energy Regulators is required. The applicant has completed supporting studies and plans, including a noise impact assessment, odor management plan, emergency response plan, and are currently working through the AER approval process. This site site access would be provided from secondary Highway 761 onto Township 38-2, then through an existing panhandle access road prior to entering the lease site in the northeast corner. I've included various provisions for Council's consideration from the Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer regarding a particular policy. But I am going to go on to policy considerations. So the proposal supports business and industrial growth within the county, provides for an industrial use in an isolated location while utilizing existing industrial lease site and infrastructure, and is subject to review and approval from AER. Administration considers factors such as site suitability, surrounding land uses, environmental impacts, traffic and access, emergency services, and proposed mitigation measures. The applicants have conducted supporting technical studies as part of their regulatory approval process. The proposal is appropriately classified as an industrial heavy use, which is a discretionary use in the industrial district. The proposed 17-acre site exceeds the minimum parcel size requirement, and the use is consistent with the intent of the industrial district. If redesignation is successful, the applicants would then be required to obtain a development permit from the Municipal Planning Commission for this facility's construction and daily operations. Overall, the proposal is considered consistent with the Municipal Development Plan and meets the evaluation criteria for a redesignated application. and it meets the requirements of the land use bylaw. I'll turn the floor back over to you, Reeve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Billy, for that. Comments received from referral agencies. Do we have any comments from referral agencies?
Do have comments from referral agencies. Alberta Energy Regulators outline that there are 2 wells and 2 pipelines on the quarter section, some of which contain sour gas. The wellheads have a setback distance of 100 meters. This is a minimum setback distance for the level of well and may not represent a setback distance for further subdivision and development. The pipelines have a setback distance of the right-of-way. AER also outlined a waste management facility must meet the following criteria as per Directive 58, oil field waste management requirements for an upstream petroleum industry, outlining at a minimum, the following requirements must be met for an oil field management facility and oil field waste management component. A site must not be within 100 meters of a domestic well or any water body as defined by Directive 56. And B, the site must avoid environmental sensitive areas. AER also noted the licensee must meet the requirements of Directive 51 and 65 for a Class 1B disposal well. AER is currently reviewing this application. Alberta Transportation outlined no objections and offered the following comments and observations. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, the department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to the Alberta Land Stewardship Act, will mitigate any impacts of traffic generated from the development onto local road connections with the highway, and 3 is pertaining to the requirement of a roadside development permit, which the applicants have successfully obtained. ACO Gas has no objections. Blue Mountain Power Co-op offered no objections and outlined they are a member-owned nonprofit wire service provider and that they can arrange electrical services with them. Clearwater County Assessment outlined should the redesignation be approved, the land will be assessed under a non-residential class. And if development permit 95 is approved, the assessment of this 17.9 acres and associated buildings, machinery, and equipment will be assessed by the province under a industrial property assessment class. The Municipal Planning Commission toured the property prior to reviewing the application and recommended that council favorably consider granting 2nd and 3rd readings, as this is an existing battery site and a requirement of the Municipal Government Act. Clearwater County Public Works outlined that no road widening or road construction is required. However, a road license agreement is required to utilize Township Road 38-2. Public Works is requesting a traffic impact assessment to be completed at the intersection of the township and highway. And they outlined that any costs associated with any intersectional construction or improvement requirements would be at the cost of the developer, and that the access meets municipal standards. Clearwater Regional Fire and Rescue Services is not opposed to the land use amendment and provided comments that should be considered at the development permit stage if the land use amendment is successful. Fortis Alberta outlined no concerns, and lastly, Rocky Gas Co-op had no concerns and also outlined that they are an installation of natural gas service provider for the area. And that is all the comments I received, Reeve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Billy, for the background information on this application. I'd like to now invite the applicant to speak to their proposal and to add any comments and to respond to any agency comments at this time.
Not at this moment. Obviously, Holly, I'll follow up with you on some of the traffic impact assessment. I didn't catch the intersection, so I apologize.
Township 38-2 and Highway 761. But if the land use amendment was successful, those would be a condition of the development permit.
Okay, for sure.
No comments at this time?
No comments at this time.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to council members if there's any questions or comments from council at this time. I'm seeing none. I do have one question, and I think Councillor Cermak will also have a question or comment. There's an oil field waste management facility just located south of this site. Historically, it was the New Alta site.
Right.
I'm just, I've had community members ask me why that site isn't being considered or why it's not being utilized.
Yeah, their wells failed.
Okay.
They didn't have that good a geology, so they shut that facility down. And it was part of a restructuring of the company as well. They shut that facility down as far as I'm aware. So
Okay,
that
so-
is being tore out and salvaged right now from what I know.
Okay, and the formations would be inadequate for the management of waste that you're looking to do right now?
They would involve not only drilling new wells, but if their wells are already failing, obviously there's a problem there with their geology.
Okay, no, I just wanted to bring that question forward on behalf of resident concerns. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, well, yeah, if AER does not approve this, does this mean this land goes back to agriculture, or does it stay industrial if we change it now?
Ms. Billy?
It would stay industrial, but the development permit would not be approved. So if they didn't proceed with any development, the county could revert the land back to agricultural within that 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Guys, I don't know if I missed it or if it's just on there. How many employees do you plan to have at this facility once it's up and running?
We should have about 8 employees we're going to have people on staff and guys on days off at all times.
Yeah.
So we'll have about 8 employees, plant operators, and 1 administrator.
Okay, so, and that would be full-time?
Correct.
Year-round,
Yes, sir.
8 to 10 then is what I was picking up from there, because you have your administrator and as well as 8 employees.
Correct.
Working the plant, okay.
Yeah, all
That's good. We always like to see businesses in our county. The other question I had is, because you're going to be dealing with H2S, what is there an AER requirement, how far you have to be set back from any residents in the area to be dealing with that on site?
You do, we're gonna have an emergency response plan, but not only that, we have a flare system so that H2S goes to the flare.
Yep.
And is flared.
But there still would be a regulation of how close a residence would be allowed to be from your facility.
That is correct. I believe it's 100 meters, but I please don't quote me on that. I can get you that answer.
Ms. Billy did have some information, and maybe I'll pass it forward to Ms. Billy at this time.
If I may, they did outline the 100-meter setback for wells. They didn't specify for a residence, but we could seek further clarification on that for you. And lots of the operational details are addressed at the development permit stage versus the land use amendment stage. But the setback distance, I believe, based on the correspondence I've had with AER, that they're meeting those requirements.
Okay, and why I bring that up, because I was looking at it, I don't believe there's anything within a quarter to a half a mile for
Correct.
residents there, so I was looking at it and thinking it was actually a pretty good spot to have a facility like that, because there was nothing close. And I can't imagine somebody going, I'd like to build a house 100 meters from a facility, so I don't see that happening. Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring that up. It's probably about as good a location as you could wish, I would think. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments from any other council members. So at this time, I'd like to open up the floor from comments from the public. Are there any members from the community in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this application? Are there any members in the gallery wishing to speak in favor of this application? I'm seeing none. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Thank you, Reeve. No members of the public are registered virtually this morning.
Okay. And do we have any written letters or emails or correspondence in favor of this application?
No, we do not.
Okay. I'll move on to any members of the community in opposition who are in attendance here this morning in the gallery wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Are there any members in the gallery that are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this application? I'm seeing none. Again, Ms. Thompson, I'll ask, are there any members of the community or the public virtually attending wishing to speak in opposition of this application?
Thank you, Reeve. No members of the public are attending virtually.
Okay, and I'm just guessing, but are there any written submissions in opposition of this application?
No written submissions received.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the applicant to present any final remarks for your application before we close the public hearing.
No other than we look forward to working with the residents and the county in the area. We believe it'll be a good business that is needed in the Medicine River area, and we look forward to it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'm seeing no other further questions or comments from council, so I will close the public hearing at 9:21 a.m. And we will move ahead in our agenda to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings of bylaw 26097 for application number 1526 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 61 of today's agenda. And again, I will pass the floor over to Ms. Holly Billy to present the background information on this agenda item.
So this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate the 17.9 acres in the Northwest 12, 38-5 from the agricultural district to the industrial district. And pending a decision from council, the applicants would proceed with a development permit application to the Municipal Planning Commission. First reading of this bylaw was granted on January 9th, 2026 at the regular council meeting. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Ms. Billy. I'll open the floor for council members for discussions, comments, or a motion. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to grant second reading to bylaw 26097.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, we have officially, we will have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to grant second reading to bylaw number 26097. Seeing no discussion on that motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported unanimously by council. Any further discussion or additional motions for third reading? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we grant third reading for bylaw number 26/097.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to that council grant third reading to bylaw number 26097. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And again, that motion is supported unanimously by council. We'll go back in our agenda to item 4.2. We have a public hearing for bylaw number 26098 and bylaw number 26099 for application number 1626 to amend the land use bylaw. Call this public meeting to order, or this public hearing to order at 9:24. And I'd like to welcome all members of the public who are participating today either in person or online. Those wishing to speak will be recognized in turn, whether they are in favor or in opposition of the application. And members of the community who are present here this morning, please wait till the floor is open before speaking. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes with a 1-minute warning before the time expires. If you're watching the hearing on Council's YouTube channel, please mute YouTube and listen through the online meeting instead, as YouTube has a 30-second delay. If you're participating online or by phone and get disconnected, please rejoin using the meeting link or phone number provided, and you will be added back into the meeting. Protocols. First, I'll explain the protocols of the public hearing. Everyone present must register by signing in at the door on the sheet provided. The floor will be open to allow public comments after the applicant has had the opportunity to speak. All persons wishing to speak must be recognized by the chair, and speakers may be limited in their comments if they become repetitive. If a speaker or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair, and council members may ask questions at any time. No audio or video recording devices are allowed, and please turn off or silent cell phones. Breaks will be called at the chairman's discretion, and next I will explain the process. Staff will provide background to the application. Written submissions received from other agencies will then be read aloud. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to any agency comments. We will then hear from those in favor of the application, starting with those who are in attendance here this morning, followed by those participating online. Following this, we will hear from those who are in opposition of the application, starting with people attending in person and followed by those participating online. The applicant will have the last word and opportunity to respond to any comments or questions raised during the hearing. At any time during the hearing, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. So before I turn the floor over to Ms. Gillum, we'll start with another round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1. Ms. Powell.
Good morning, you guys. My name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers. My name is Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor and Reeve.
Good morning. My name is Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, James Mazak, Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Mike Simpson, Chief Administrative Officer, Clearwater County. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. Eric Hansen, Director of Public Works Infrastructure.
Good morning, Kara Tolan, co-owner of the quarter in question.
Good morning, Lawrence Schroeder's, same thing.
Well, again, welcome to Council Chambers and thank you for coming in this morning. At this time, I'll invite Ms. Gillum to present the background information to this application.
Thank you so much. Good morning. So Karen Tolanen, is that how you say it? And Lauren Schroeder currently hold title to the Northeast 2439-5, containing 154.65 acres. The subject property is located approximately half a mile directly east of the hamlet of Leslieville. The landowners, in conjunction with Clearwater County, have made application to redesignate 5 acres from the Agriculture District to the Community Amenity District, and 4.6 acres from the Agriculture District to the Country Residential Agriculture District. The quarter section contains the Leslieville Cemetery, currently in 2 parts. One owned by the Bethel Union Church that was created in 1916, that is 2 acres, and one owned by Clearwater County when the cemetery was last expanded in 1984, that is 3 acres. Clearwater County has an agreement with the landowner to purchase an additional 5 acres of land for another expansion of the cemetery to ensure many more years of space. The cemetery is accessed via Township Road 39-4, adjacent to the north property boundary. And obviously with the cemetery, there will be essentially a consolidation or boundary adjustments for a total of 10 acres for the cemetery. The landowners are also requesting the residential parcel to take out the existing farm site from the southeast corner of the quarter section. This parcel would be the first residential parcel from the quarter. However, due to the cemetery being taken out of the quarter, this parcel would be considered the 3rd title once the consolidation is completed. The proposed CRA parcel has existing access from Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment, Clearwater County will proceed to the application for subdivision to create the community amenity parcel and be consolidated with those parcels, as I said, for 10 acres. And the landowners will proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to the CRA parcel. And then, of course, I've included all our standard policies regarding land use amendments and the description for community amenity intended for the cemetery. So policy considerations, the proposed 5-acre community amenity redesignation is to allow for the expansion of Leslieville Cemetery, which currently uses the adjacent lots located in the northwest corner of the quarter section. Clearwater County intends to consolidate the cemetery. The county will be the owner, but the Bethel Union Church will continue to manage the clearing, maintenance, and cemetery operations. Legal and physical access exists to the cemetery off Township Road 39-4, and the expanded area is heavily treed and not currently being farmed. The proposed 4.6-acre CRA redesignation is to allow for the landowners to subdivide the existing farm site from the remainder of the quarter section. The proposed parcel is located in the southeast corner, adjacent to other residential parcels as per policy 10.2.10D. The parcel is also under the maximum 7 acres for a developed site. The parcel would be considered the 3rd title out of the quarter section once the cemetery consolidation is complete, going against policy 10.2.1. Municipal Planning Commission. The Municipal Planning Commission recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to both bylaws 26098 and 26099, being for the first one for the expansion of the cemetery is required, and the second one will be that it's the first residential parcel out of the quarter section. And, oh, I don't know what happened there. The bylaw did something really funky. Interesting. Anyways, that's it for me for now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillum. Are there any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, I do have some comments from referral agencies. So TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. Fortis Alberta has no concerns with the proposed bylaw amendments, and please contact them for electrical services. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objection to the land use amendment file, and they are also a member-owned nonprofit wire service provider, and they can contact them for services. Clearwater County Assessment, if approved, the Assessment Department would like to advise that the applicant, that the subdivision for bylaw 26099 for the residential parcel will be assessed under the residential class. Public Works Operations has reviewed the application and they indicated the existing approaches meet county standards. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed application and requests that road widening be required as part of the subdivision. Did I say that already? No. Sorry, I'm a little confused here. Fire has reviewed the land use amendment and has not identified any concerns from Fire SCO or CRFRS response perspective. Alberta Transportation, this will acknowledge receipt of your circulation. Transportation Economic Corridor's primary concern is protecting the safe and effective operation of provincial highway infrastructure. Pursuant to section 618.3 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with the applicable items related to provincial highways. Pursuant to 618.4.1 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local roads. And then Transportation Economic Corridors offers the following comments. The requirements of section 18 of the regulation are not met. The department anticipates minimal impact on the highway from this proposal. Pursuant to section 20 of the regulation, they grant approval for a subdivision authority to vary their requirements, and the requirements of section 19 are met. Therefore, no variance is required. And I believe that is it from me.
Thank you again, Ms. Gillum. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to your proposal or to add any comments and respond to any agency comments at this time.
Don't have really too much to add, and that the quarter section belonged to our mom, who's since passed away. Part of her will stipulated that my brother Lauren, who was with me in that, we could subdivide the residential piece off and then sell the remainder of the parcel. That is the extent of our plans for the remaining area of the quarter section.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from any council members for the applicant or for administration at this time? Councillor Cermak. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Mr. Bonnie, why such an irregular shape? Sorry, Ms. Gillum. Why such an irregular shape for that 4.6 in northeast corner? Well, why could that not be squared off and it'd be still under the 7 acres instead of that irregular shape thing?
The landowners could probably elaborate, but I believe they're kind of just following the yard site that's there and trying to avoid taking any of the cultivated land to the north, so that the yard site is kind of, it actually follows that line currently, but they might be able to elaborate a little bit more.
It doesn't matter to me if it's square or whatever, so like, but it, as Kim said, like it's for the cropland or whatever,
So that is the shape of the field and the fences right now?
Yeah, it could be straight, it'd be no problem with me, so.
No, I was just wondering if there was some kind of physical thing that would.
Yeah, like you can kind of see a little better in here, but it just kind of follows that a little bit closer to that boundary for the actual field there, other than a little bit in the north there, just because of the approach. But it's just trying to use the least amount of land.
I see Director Mazick, right?
Mazak.
Mazak.
Yeah.
Director Mazak, my
Through-
apologies.
Through
The floor is
Reeve
yours.
Northcott, what I can say is, when we were looking at some of the aerial photography for the county, if you go to the entire quarter section image, you can see the alignment of the well pipelines going to the center of the property. And you can see they're slightly offset. They're not perfectly centered. So the aerial photography here isn't 100%. When they come in with the subdivision, that's the time we'll be validating and confirming the actual parceled area. And we have to respect the side yard setbacks and the setbacks in order to accommodate it. So in the end, the configuration will ensure that there is full compliance on that property.
Okay, as long as it's within compliance, I'm okay with that. I think you're regular shape, I just like to see square. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other further comments from council members or the applicant? Seeing none, I'd like to now open the floor for comments from the public. Are there any members of the public in attendance here this morning in the gallery wishing to speak in favor of this application? I'll ask again, are there any members of the public in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this application? I'm seeing none. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the community or the public in virtual attendance wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Thank you, Reeve. No members of the public are participating virtually today.
Okay. And do we have any written submissions in favor of this application? No submissions were received.
Sorry.
I would like to now invite any members of the public who are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this application. As this is a public hearing, I'll ask a final time, are there any members of the public in attendance wishing to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none. Again, Ms. Thompson, do we have any virtual attendance for members of the public in opposition virtually attending here this morning?
Thank you, Reeve. No virtual members this morning.
Okay, and written submissions in opposition of this application? Are there any?
None were received.
None were received, okay. So at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks to this application.
I have nothing more to add.
I guess I'd like to say, like, I've lived out there, like, I moved out there quite a few years ago, like, I have a place in Eckville, like, I was renovating, and then my hips, went out, so I had to move out to the parents there to get my, because I couldn't really look after myself, so I was out there for my hip replacements, and then when I was out there, then Dad passed away, and then from then on, I just stayed out there to help Mom with the place there, so like it is home to me, so I'd like to stay there, so. Guess
Okay.
that's about what I'd like to say, so.
Thank you for your comments. I'll close if there's no further discussion during this public hearing, I'll close the public hearing at 9:38 a.m. And we'll move into our agenda to item 5.2, which is consideration of second and third readings to bylaw number 26098 and bylaw 26099 for application number 16/26 to amend land use bylaw. It is on page 66 of today's agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Gillum to present this item.
Thank you again. So the purpose of bylaw 26098 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw as amended to redesignate 5 acres from the agriculture to the community amenity district within the Northeast 343905. And then bylaw 26099 is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate 4.6 acres from the agriculture district to the country residential agriculture district within the same quarter section. And of course, all the documentation background is in the public hearing items. So the regular council meeting held on June 9th, council reviewed and gave first reading to both bylaws. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider second and third readings for both bylaws. That's it for me at this time unless you have questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillum. Floor is open to council for comments, questions, clarification, or motions. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we grant second reading to amend second reading to bylaw number 26/098 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to grant second reading to bylaw number 26098 to amend the land use bylaw. Seeing no discussion on this motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported unanimously by council. Further discussion on this item or motion for third reading? Councillor Powell?
I'll make a motion for third reading, but I do have a comment to make. And it's not really in regards to this application, but we just did 2 public hearings, and both these applications, I think, bring good to the county. Yet there was no letter in support from Blue Mountain Power. But the last time we had a public hearing, when everyone was imposed, they decided to write a letter, and I was just thought I would bring that up because it doesn't make sense. I wasn't sure where the letter was this time from Blue Mountain Power. But we don't have a room full of people opposing this, and this is really beneficial for the community. And anyways, just a comment. I will make the motion for third reading to bylaw 26098 to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Powell, and I would also agree with those comments regarding the Blue Mountain Power and the letter of support for this application. But moving on with today's business, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Are we not got bylaw 260/099 in this motion too? Or it's 2 separate motions?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to grant third reading to bylaw 26098 to amend the land use bylaw. That is the motion on the floor. Is there any clarification needed or further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported unanimously again by council. We are looking for further discussion or second reading to bylaw 26099 to amend the land use bylaw. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 26099 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak. Do you have comments, questions? No? Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that council grant second reading to bylaw number 26099 to amend the land use bylaw. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported unanimously by council. Third reading or further discussion, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I would like council to grant third reading to bylaw 26/099.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Councillor Cermak, that council grant third reading to bylaw number 26099 to amend the land use bylaw. Seeing no further discussion or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Thank you for coming into council chambers this morning. We'll move into item 5.3, Record Management Bylaw 26076. It is on page 74 of today's agenda. I know I'll try and say your last name, but I'm going to probably mess it up. But
Yes.
Havdito?
Havdebo.
Havdebo. Okay. Welcome to council chambers. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And I'll pass the floor over to you.
Great. Morning, Council. I am here today to present the draft records management bylaw for council's review at the June 22nd, 2026 Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole. The committee reviewed the proposed amendments to the records management bylaw and passed resolution 289/2026, recommending that council approve draft bylaw 26076 as presented. The amendments were developed to update and clarify records management practices, ensure alignment with current legislation and operational requirements, and support consistent administration of county records. Since the committee's review, no additional changes have been made to the draft bylaw. I would be pleased to answer any questions regarding the proposed amendments.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up the floor for comments, questions, or discussion or potential amendments to this bylaw from council. If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that we grant first reading to bylaw 26/076 for the management, retention, and disposition of municipal records.
Excellent, thank you, Councillor Humphrey, and this item was previously reviewed by Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey that council grant first reading to bylaw 26/076 for the management, retention, and disposition of municipal records. Is there any discussion or clarification needed on the motion? Seeing none, call the Councillor Humphrey, your light is on. Do you have? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor McCauley.
I'll make the motion that council grants second reading to bylaw 26/076 for the management, retention, and disposition of municipal records.
Excellent. Thank you for the motion, Councillor. Councillor McCauley makes a motion to grant second reading to bylaw 26/076 for the management, retention, and disposition of municipal records. That is the motion officially on the floor. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Looking for a motion for unanimous consent. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to motion that council grant unanimous consent for third reading to bylaw 26/076.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to grant unanimous consent for bylaw 26/076. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to third reading or further discussion on, or any discussion on this item. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, this is just a matter of formality, isn't it? Because the MGA was changed, we have to change it. It's just housekeeping, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't related to necessarily a change in the MGA, but it is housekeeping. And I come back to council every 3 years or so with some minor adjustments. Nothing significant this time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hubdebo.
Yes,
Thanks.
great, thank you very much.
Yes, I don't get to see, well, we do have a motion for a third reading.
I'll stay then.
Yes, we still have, yep.
I'll make the motion for third reading for bylaw 26/076.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak that council grant third reading to bylaw 26/076 for the management, retention, and disposition of municipal records. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Thank you very much, Ms. Hubdebo. At this time, we'll move into item 5.4, which is bylaw 26092, the solid waste bylaw, and bylaw 26091, and water and sewage bylaw. It is on page 127 of today's agenda. I'd like to welcome staff and directors for joining us here this morning to present this item to council. I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Sean Ho at this time. Or
Director Magnus.
Director Magnus.
Good morning, Reeve Northcott, Council. The Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole reviewed and adopted the draft rates for water, sewage, and solid waste for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028 at the January 26, 2026 meeting. The following motions were carried. Clearwater County Water Sewage Bylaw, motion by Councillor Tyler McCauley that the committee recommends council adopt the draft water and sewage bylaw rates for water and sewage for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028 as presented. In addition, at that same committee of the whole meeting, motion by Councillor Tyler McCauley that the committee recommends council continue the existing service level of residential curbside waste collection in Caroline. Motion by Deputy Reeve Drew McKay that the committee recommends council adopt the solid waste bylaw rates for Clearwater County Regional Landfill, transfer station disposal, and curbside waste collection for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028 as presented. Following the meeting, administration provided the proposed rates together with 5 currently enacted bylaws to legal counsel for a comprehensive review and assessment. The review was undertaken to ensure the proposed rates and the bylaws remain accurately reflected and consistent with current legislative requirements and to ensure clarity and enforceability. Upon completion of the review, legal counsel has identified a number of recommended changes. The key recommendations and changes identified through the review are summarized below. Both black-lined and clean versions of the proposed new bylaws are attached for council's review. Caroline's utility rate bylaw structure differs from Clearwater County's. Caroline has 3 separate bylaws: the Village of Caroline Water and Sewer Bylaw 2015-007, the Village of Caroline Solid Waste Management Bylaw 2015-008, and the Village of Caroline Municipal Utility Rate Bylaw 2019-008 that summarizes all applicable rates to water, sewage, and solid waste. In comparison, County has 2 separate bylaws, water and sewage and solid waste bylaws, with the respective fees and changes incorporated directly into each bylaw. As such, the timing of the repeal is important, as repealing the Village of Caroline Municipal Utility Rate Bylaw 2019-008 would invalidate all the associated fees. As recommended by legal, the simplest approach is to first pass the new solid waste bylaw number 26/092 and then subsequently pass the new water and sewage bylaw number 26/091 at the same council meeting. Accordingly, to ensure a seamless transition and avoid any regulatory gaps, administration has presented both the water and sewage bylaw and the solid waste bylaw within a single agenda item for council's review and approval. With respect to the individual bylaws, the key amendments and highlights are as follows. First and foremost, the solid waste bylaw. 1, provide additional information regarding both county and non-county solid waste access cards. This pertains to sections 2A, L, W, and sections 2.4 to 2.6. Residential curbside collection and related services are related in sections 2H and M and N in sections 12-21. Provide more clarity on the services of managing prohibited waste and unknown waste in sections 2BB and H in sections 11 and 27. Part 4, enforcement and Schedule B specified penalties. The county has been advised to implement the use of municipal tags in addition to violation tickets. The goal is to provide consistency between the solid waste bylaw and the water and sewage bylaw. 5th point, section 49, repeal. As discussed earlier, the recommended approach to repeal the Village of Caroline Municipal Utility Rate Bylaw 2019-008 will depend upon whether or not the new water and sewage bylaw and the new solid waste bylaw will be passed at the same council meeting. Point 6, Schedule A, rates, fees, and charges. This schedule has been revised in defining solid waste types in order to more accurately reflect the rates and fees being charged for solid waste services. Looking at the water and sewage bylaw. Point 1, utility rate class. With respect to the draft rate table reviewed by council in January, attached for comparison only, the key recommendations and changes are as follows. Refined rate class definitions to improve clarity. The same bulk water station rate at $8 per cubic meter for both Caroline and Norday. Removal of the capital replacement fee rate class for water and sewage, and the bulk water account setup fee for the hamlet of Caroline as recommended by legal counsel. The other fees section has been amended to align with the with the provisions contained within the body of the bylaw. Number 2, Schedule E, specified penalties. To strengthen the county's ability to enforce the bylaw and protect its infrastructure assets, Schedule E has been added to establish offenses and associated penalties for various contraventions of the bylaw. As such, the staff recommendation is that council reviews, amends as required, grants first and second readings, permission for third and third reading of the solid waste bylaw number 26/092, and that council reviews, amends as required, grants first and second readings, permission for third, and the third reading of the water and sewage bylaw number 26/091.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus, for the background report on this item. We'll open up the floor for any discussion from council, comments, questions, or clarity. I do have one question. There's 3 items here being discussed. It would be the consideration of the solid waste bylaw, the consideration of the water and sewage bylaw, and then the repealing of the Caroline Municipal Utility Rate bylaw. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So we'd be looking for a motion for to grant first reading. If Councilor McCauley.
Just quickly first, this item is 182 pages. Is there a way that we could have these simplified so that when we're getting a document, we get like the document and maybe what's being changed on it? And I think just someone looking at this is really confused. Just the public even pulls this thing up, or I get further down into the document and I have no clue what's being changed in here with the red and blue and crossed out text. Anyways, and we did discuss this at our strategic planning session as well, this bylaw. So I would like to make the motion that council grants first reading to solid waste bylaw number 26/092.
Thank you, Councilor McCauley. Councilor Cermak, do you have comments, questions, or clarity on the motion?
Don't have on, the light got on. It usually doesn't come on.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilor McCauley to grant first reading to solid waste bylaw number 26/092. Seeing no further discussion or clarity needed on that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Second reading on this item. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I would second what Mr. McCauley said there with the red and the blue and the black, and no indication as to which is current and what changes were made at what point. It is very confusing. Pardon me. And I realize that this has already been discussed, but just as a move forward, if there could be some sort of simplification with that, that would be great. And I would like to motion that council grant second reading to 26/092.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that council grant second reading to solid waste bylaw 26/092. Councilor Cermak.
I do have a question this time.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I read through all of this and I was really confused like the other two councillors. I need to know what changes is happening in Caroline that is different from what they're used to having before. Can somebody explain that in just plain English instead of 300 pages?
Mr. Williams, go ahead.
Thanks, great question, Councillor Cermak. Essentially, we stayed, council put forth that we will continue with the curbside collection. The Village of Caroline had that for about, about at least 10, 12 years. So to go forward and the continuance of rates, everything would be essentially status quo. Okay, so nothing necessarily changed. Obviously, we've went into new contracted status with a collector and some other things they're still finishing off, but we are continuing on with their program for residential curbside collection as is. Some of the changes you'll see in there is probably the verbiage, and the biggest discussion was Clearwater County's never had curbside collection themselves. So integrating a different, more urban curbside collection with a certain sets of what I call rules by merging the two, the county and Caroline. For instance, placement of full bins, different dialogue regarding that type of collection was entered into the former Clearwater County bylaw, which was a big add, just because they're different, residential curbside versus going to a transfer station. So when they legally vetted it, they went through everything to make it what we're actually doing and to clean up and integrate all those, like all the different bylaws that were associated with solid waste. So there's a lot of blue, I agree. A lot of that is just condensing the text from all the agreements and building a new agreement with the repeal as well. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So what I hear from you is that it won't change any of the residents of Caroline, what they're paying right now. They'll continue paying the same rate.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite you. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Ho, go ahead, please.
Sorry, Councilor Cermak, are you asking just about the solid waste or for both water, sewer, and solid waste?
Both.
Okay, so for water and sewer, as Director Magnus just mentioned, compared from what council sees the fee structure in January, the major difference would be first the same bulk water rate for both Caroline and Nordic. Then the other major one would be the removal of the capital replacement fee for both water and sewage for Village of Caroline, as recommended by legal.
So there will be a reduction?
Yes. So they will not pay the current capital replacement fee monthly.
And that is how much?
So that's recommended by legal counsel.
Okay. So that is taken away, so there will be less charge to the residents
for that part.
For water.
And sewage.
And sewage. Thank you. Great. Clarified it all.
Yeah, thank you. Good discussion. So we have motion on the floor for second reading, I believe, from Deputy Reeve McKay. The council grants second reading to solid waste bylaw number 26092. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Looking for motion to grant permission for third reading. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that we grant permission for third reading for the solid waste bylaw number 26/092.
Okay, we will have a motion on the floor here from Councillor Humphrey that council grant permission for third reading to solid waste bylaw 26092. Seeing no discussion on that motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Cermak.
Have a council grant third reading to solid waste bylaw number 26/092.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to grant third reading to bylaw 26092. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Moving on to the water and sewage bylaw 26091. Is there any discussion on this item or motions? Councillor McCully.
I'd like to make the motion that council grant first reading to the water and sewage bylaw number 26/091.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCully. The council grant first reading to water and sewage bylaw number 26091. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Additional motion for a motion for second reading. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that we grant second reading for the water and sewage bylaw number 26/091.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. We have we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to grant second reading to water and sewage bylaw 26091. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Looking for a motion to grant permission for third reading. Councillor Lewin.
I'd like to make a motion to grant third reading to water and sewer bylaw number 26/091.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin that council grant permission for third reading to water and sewage bylaw 26091. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed unanimously. Looking for motion for third reading to this bylaw. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. Sure, I'll motion that council grant third reading to bylaw 26091, water and sewage bylaw.
Okay, we officially have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that council grant Third reading to water and sewage bylaw number 26091. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Those both have passed. We would now be looking for a motion to repeal the Village of Caroline Municipal Utility Rate Bylaw 2019-08. Would that be correct, Director Magnus?
It doesn't need to be repealed, sorry, Reeve Northcott, as that is as part of each of the bylaws presented, that it's automatically repealed as soon as you pass third reading. It's been repealed.
Excellent. No, I just
So
wanted
you
to have
should
that
be
clarity
okay.
before we moved on from this agenda item. At this time, we will take a short recess and we will return at roughly 10:15.
Thank you.
welcome back from our break, and welcome back to the Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for July 14th, 2026. We're moving into new business on our agenda today to item 6.1.1, Condor Trail name on page 309 of today's agenda. And I'd like to invite Director Newkirk to present this item, please.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. For some background on the Condor Trail name, during the May 25th, 2026 Strategic Planning Committee meeting, Council supported the name of the Condor Trail being decided through a naming contest at the Charlotte Small Elementary School. Cheryl Khalib, the principal of the school, was very supportive of this idea and facilitated a naming contest prior to the end of the school year. Attached, you could find the poster and teacher information package that was sent to Charlotte Small School. So we got the top 5 names submitted from Charlotte Small were the following. There was the Condor Nature Trail was the first option, Condor Community Outdoor Walking Trail, the Condor Adventure Path, Railroad Forest Trail, the Condor Railway Trail is the last one. And so now it's up to council to decide on what name they would like the trail to be named. So I'll task you with kind of deciding, I guess, on what council would like that name to be. And just before we get into that, I just wanted to give a brief update on where things are at with the trail. Our Public Works Department went in and has installed the new culvert and put gravel in the area where there was a bit of subsidence and an older culvert there entering the trail. And then once the name is approved, we will go ahead and install and order signs that will be put up near the trailhead there. And then the removal of the dead fallen standing trees will occur as staff have time here this coming season and are in the area, and we'll work away at getting those dead trees and shrubs cut back.
Excellent. I'd like to thank staff and the Ag Department for all the work to improve this amenity for the community. So thank you very much for all the hard work on behalf of council. Now we get the discussion of the name. We have 5 names here. I don't know if we'll have to do straw polls on these and see who would be the winning name, but Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
No, I was just jumping the gun because I looked at when I went through it, I thought the Condor Railway Trail, it highlights the hamlet and the railway trail, and that was kind of a couple of the things that really popped out on what they were looking for, that the trail name should connect the railway, nature outdoor, Condors past, walking, exploring community. So yeah, I was just, when I was looking at it, trying to pick, and so yeah, now that I've jumped the gun.
No, I would agree. So the Condor Railway Trail is the name that you're supporting at that time, and I would have to agree. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, the second one there, the Condor Community Outdoor Walking Trail, is that what the community wants? Is it just a walking trail, no bikes, no motorized vehicles, no nothing, just a strict walking trail?
So yes, that was what they requested when they came to present to council as a delegation. They wanted a walking trail. I think it could be used, like for bicycles and things like that. But based on the delegation that came, the intent is for it to just be like a non-motorized trail.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Cermak?
Well, I just don't want to go against the community. If the community only wants it for a walking trail, then that's what we should put in there. But I think bicycles should be allowed too, but that just says a walking trail.
Yeah, these names were suggested by the students.
Yeah. I actually like that. If the community just wants a walking trail, that's what it should be. That's my idea.
So the use would remain the same, just these are all just the proposed names. Councillor Powell?
I think this is great that the students did this. Thanks to all the Charlotte Small Elementary School students for taking the time to put their thoughts into this. I agree with the Condor Railway Trail only because it continues on with like the rail trail out here and it all sounds it's in unison across the county, but that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Letwin?
Yes, I concur. Thank you to all the students. I wish you didn't put this responsibility on our shoulders, that you would have taken it on yourselves, but I agree with the Condor Railroad Trail. Thank you. Railway, not railroad. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will make, I'm seeing a consensus for a name here. I'll move that council approves the name, the Condor Railway Trail, for the Condor Trail as the official name. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? That motion is supported unanimously. Congratulations on the naming process, naming of that trail. Moving on to item 6.1.2, under new business, brush clearing policy on page 314. And again, Ms. Newkirk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reeve. For some background on the brush clearing policy, during the June 22nd, 2026 Strategic Planning Committee meeting of the whole, the following motion was made. The motion was by Reeve Jordan Northcott that the Strategic Planning Committee meeting of the whole recommend that council approve the brush clearing policy as presented, and that was carried. The brush clearing policy, brush clearing within public right-of-way policy has been reviewed and revised to reflect the shared responsibilities of both the Agriculture and Community Services and Public Works departments. As part of this review, the policy has been renamed the brush clearing policy to provide a more accurate title, and the policy has been updated to ensure Clearwater County's approach to vegetation management remains effective, fiscally responsible, and aligned with current operational practices and available resources.
Thank you.
And the updated draft policy is attached there.
Okay, thank you, Director Van Newkirk. Looking for discussion or motion on this agenda item from council. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Maybe. Thank you, Reeve. The only concern I had with this policy, and I don't know if I missed it previously, but I see it's addressed in this version, was that, how was it worded here? Remove brush up to the property line or from fence line to fence line, whichever is first. That was a concern that was brought forth from some residents, that fence lines may or may not always be on the property line, and that, but the way that this is worded, I think that's suffice, that we won't be having to tear out a bunch of fence line.
And that, sorry, just to respond to that, that's the reason why we put this in here specific to the brushing that we do within our department, because we don't have a budget to replace fences. We just are, trying to keep the brush clear for safety and for infrastructure purposes. For the road rehabs in Public Works infrastructure where they go in, they have a budget to go in and clear everything from property line to property line, whether the fence line is within that or not, and to replace it. So that's why we did clarify that there.
Oh, I think it's pretty great, and with that, I would like to motion that council approve the amendments to the brush clearing policy as presented.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Deputy Reeve, and the motion on the floor is that council approves the amendments to the brush clearing policy as presented. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Moving into corporate services, item 6.2.1, additional named insured, Clearwater County Library Board on page 318. And I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Serhan to present this item.
Good morning, council. So last council meeting, there was an item before council for the update of the policy for the additional named insureds on Clearwater County's insurance policy. RMA also required motion from council to specifically add the Clearwater Library Board as an additional named insured. So there's no actual changes to the discussion that happened at the last meeting, just a motion requirement from council so that we can add the Clearwater County Library Board as an additional named insured to the insurance policy.
Thank you, Mr. Irhan. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, this insurance, is this liability insurance, or what kind of insurance is this that the county will be taking on behalf of the library boards?
Correct. It's just the Clearwater County Library Board, and it is the liability insurance that is offered to that board for operating the library board within Clearwater County. The facilities and the property that are owned by Clearwater County are already on the property insurance policy.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other comments or clarification on this item or a motion? Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that that Council and Clearwater County Library Board is added as an additional named insured on Clearwater County's insurance policy, CRPS -1001, additional named insured benefit for organizations.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey as per staff recommendation in our agenda. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please. No. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. Councillor Letwin, do you have comments? Go ahead, please.
My concern with the library board at the moment is this controversial side of things with the type of theoretically graphic books they have in the library right now that they're going through, and the whole province is going through this. And if there was ever a legal liability suit filed for, by parents for a child to the library board for having theoretically potential information that isn't appropriate, and it becomes a legal liability suit, then our insurance would have to cover that. Is that correct? Or would the county be sued instead of the library board? Or
Yeah, we can't control who gets named in the suit. If there is a suit brought forward, then the insurance company would look at opening a claim for that, for the volunteers that are on the board.
right, but they wouldn't be able to come after Clearwater County because we have the insurance there on that library board. They wouldn't be able to come after us.
Yes,
what I'm
I
asking.
mean, they can name us in the suit, but our insurance would cover that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is supported by council. Moving into item 6.3, Public Works Infrastructure. Item 6.3.1, Nordic South Access, Range Road 15-2, Wetland Replacement Fee, on page 323 of today's agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to Director Hansen. Please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Council. Just wanted to give Council a quick update on this one. This is a non-budgeted item. This replacement fee is a derivative or a product of our years of trying to get the permits in place for that secondary access. So the permits included public lands as well as DFO we've applied to for the creek crossing, and this is associated with the wetlands. So it's something that I said we've been multiple years in process trying to get these permits all in place. This appears to be the last step of that process, which Kate will provide some more detail on, but that's why this is in front of you today, because it is a non-budgeted item.
Thank you, Director Hansen. And Ms. Regland, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. So the Nordic South Access Road, which we have called Range Road 15-2, was included in the Nordic Development Plan and identified as a priority by previous council. So the project includes the construction of 850 meters of new road heading off Quarry Road, prior to the manufactured home park. And then there's a new bridge crossing over Shunda Creek and an intersection treatment tying into Highway 11. The tie-in at Highway 11 is directly across from the access into the north subdivision as well. So the reason for the south access road was for a secondary emergency access, divert heavy traffic going to and from the quarry away from the hamlet and past a residential area. So in 2021, administration engaged an engineering firm to begin the preliminary assessment of the south access road. So as Eric mentioned, we've been working on this from 2021 through to 2025, and we've been working on preliminary design and provincial and federal approvals. So in 2024, due to the proximity of Shunda Creek, DFO raised concerns of the proximity of the project to the riparian critical habitat. So we did do a redesign, and since then we have also reapplied for Historical Resources Act, Public Lands Act, Water Act, as well as Fisheries Act and a highway development. So the redesign was completed, and also in 2024, we received funding through the STIP program under the Resource Road program. So the grant amount received was $2,750,000. That was a cost of 50% of the project at the time of the application. And we applied in 2023, near the end of the year. So as of fall 2025, the last approval that we require is the Water Act approval, and a part of this approval is a wetland assessment, which we applied for. Included in the wetland assessment criteria, you have to do an impact report and a public notice. So the public notice is to provide the public with the opportunity to comment on the wetland impact, not the project as a whole. This was just focusing on the wetland and the Water Act itself. So we did receive a couple of correspondence through a couple residents as well as Alberta Environment. And then on July 3rd, 2026, we received a notice from Alberta Environment requesting to pay the wetland replacement fee. So the fee requested is $68,999.70, and that's including GST, and they requested the payment on or before August 2nd. So the Wetland Replacement Program is a provincial initiative to restore and construct wetlands that are impacted by construction or loss due to development. So since 2021, the county has invested approximately $320,000 in engineering, designing, and permitting this project. And in budget deliberations 2026, the project construction was put on hold until 2027. As I noted, I do have all the timelines of all these approvals and the reapprovals, because some do expire if you don't continue within a certain stage. However, if we are to proceed with this wetland replacement fee and obtain the Water Act approval, the Water Act approval is up to 25 years. So we looked into 3 different options. So option 1 is council could reallocate funding to the Nordic South Access Road and pay the wetland replacement fee for a total of approximately $70,000 plus a $5,000 contingency and secure the next step to obtain the Water Act approval. Option 2, council could not approve the cost reallocation for the wetland replacement fee until the project is a priority and weighed against council's other priorities. Again, this would continue to delay the project and potentially require us to reapply in the future. Option 3, do not pay the wetland replacement fee and remove this project from the priority list at this time and revisit approvals and construction when additional development in Nordic occurs. So the staff recommendation is to approve the funding to reallocate from the tax revenue funded restricted surplus. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ragland, for that information, and I do see some interest from council for comments, questions, or clarification. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yes, this is the road design for $320,000 by an engineer has been done twice, is that correct?
They did a redesign right at the crossing.
Okay.
So the points where they leave Quarry Road and tie into Highway 11 were the same. However, the road did shift and bend to the east at the crossing.
I also noticed that the corner for the road, and this was part of the controversy regarding the trailer park there, the dust and the traffic, the heavy volume and traffic, but the way this road is designed here, it comes right to the corner of the trailer park before they turn instead of off the bend, off the travel, the bend further over to the right there. Yeah. Men's got there, and you know, why wasn't it designed there so it's further away and less dust for the trailer park?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, so that, where the bend is farther east is just after you climb the hill to get up toward the quarry. So it's a pretty steep grade. So that's right at the east end of the existing manufactured home park is the last flat spot to actually really take off for an intersection. If we were to move it farther east, we would be actually climbing that, you know, at least a 13% grade up to a higher point in that, and then we'd have to drop down back into the flat. So the future of this road was planned to be paved. Currently, it was estimated with a gravel surface there, to have that in place until council, or there was another paving project in the area. So that would eliminate some of the dust concerns there on that. And then the quarry would be responsible for any maintenance that would be west or east of that intersection. So we did look at that intersection. It doesn't show it well there, but we do have a turning radius there that would support the quarry traffic coming off this road, as well as access into the balance of the hamlet.
I just thought, you know, grade or no grade, at least you could cross the creek at more of a 90-degree angle instead of right with all those bends and that. And in future flooding and stuff like that, if we put a road in those bends, and if the bank of roads or whatever, then we've got more washout problems to deal with heavy equipment. That's all I was thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Councillor Humphrey?
Great, thank you. My question is, there's a grant amount that has been approved for $2,750,000. Okay. What is the cost going to be, total cost, so we know how much Clearwater County is going to be putting in to do this road? I guess that'd be a two-part question, because it'd be, what is the cost to build the road, total cost, and then what's going to be the cost of it to pave it? I'd like to know those numbers, because I'm thinking $2,750,000 sounds like a nice number until you construct a road and pave it. So maybe I'm wrong, maybe that'll cover it.
Director Hansen, go ahead.
Yeah, so the funding was based off 50% of the estimate at the time, so it would be $2,750,000 of Clearwater County dollars would be our 50% cost. The paving, future paving, I think was estimated at approximately $1 million. And it is only 800 meters of road, but due to its proximity, you know, distance away from our settled region, you know, the isolated cost increase factor that comes with Nordegg. That's why we'd want to definitely put that paving project added to another paving project if we're doing something within the hamlet. But really, this is why we wanted to bring this to council and have this discussion, is because it really, the opportunity presents itself to lock in this wetland permitting for the next 25 years. So if we see additional development and the need for this road, that this would be secured. It does not commit us to constructing in 2027. What this does is it locks in the opportunity for, whether it be in 5 years, 10 years, if this road was constructed, we'd have all the permits, land secured, which we already have through an RDS. We would likely ask additional more information or cost for 27 to go from an RDS to a road plan, just to finalize the alignment for the future. There again, it does not commit this council to, or even future councils to having to develop the road. But it would do is it would create the opportunity, and the permitting would then be complete for at least 25 years.
Do you have further comments, Councillor Humphrey?
I do. the residents that we're talking about going by, it's just that one trailer park there that has residents. The rest, they just go out and hit the paved road. Seems like maybe we could come up with a less expensive way of having the quarry traffic if they continued on the road that they're using now. Traffic studies, how many trucks go out of there a day, and could we regulate their speed so that quarry traffic was slowed right down and we put dust suppression on the road and saved the county millions of dollars.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, actually, we've made a lot of improvements in, with our communication with Greymont, which is the operators, which is the owner, as well as Fish Creek. We've reduced the speed on that road. I believe it's down to 30K. It's signed. There tends to be, because it's a high volume of traffic there, and I believe we are counting that road this year to actually get better data to support. It is a continuous stream of traffic between Monday through Saturday. It is unbelievable, actually, the amount of quarry traffic. There's a high demand for that clean limestone there all over the province, and there just seems to be very few sources. So the amount of traffic, and it's even Highway 11 really is a good indicator of the amount of damage that road is seeing, from that quarry traffic. It's amazing. I said we will get that data to council there when we get a traffic count from this year. So I believe the county's doing everything we can to try to, reduce speed. I know the public works teams are out there sweeping the road when necessary. We've also put that responsibility back onto the operator. And there's been some concerns with trucks actually being parked at the gate, lined up to waiting to go up into the quarry. So the operators provided notice to all the users, the trucking companies there, that they're not to be lined up and defecating on the side of the road and just because causing a general nuisance. So we're trying to manage it with the tools we have. The quarry was there first. The manufactured home park, it's a discussion that was had. Is that the best ideal location? That question's been asked and answered. It's there now. And then there's going to be future development. There's still a significant amount of area between this manufactured home park and Stewart Street, that's slated for future development, and whatever that looks like is going to be the determination of the council. So hopefully I answered your question. And we did, Kate can even speak to, during the tour when we were up in Nordig, we did look at an alternative access for the quarry to try to go east instead of coming down onto the quarry road. There again, it was designed for access to the quarry, and there is not a good alternative access to go east from the quarry. It would be the only viable access would be the existing rail bed, which is our rail trail today, and there would be an incredible amount of upgrades. And for distance-wise, it was close to 6 kilometers, 5 kilometer detour on a rail bed, which is only 3 meters across the top. So there would have to be a significant amount of upgrade and then a new access. And we would have to, the only viable access would then, we still have to cross Shunda Creek. So there'd have to be another bridge installed somewhere. So this is still, out of the best of all bad options, this is the least bad option.
Is the road past the trailer park there, it's gravel right now, right?
It's paved. Yeah.
It's not paved yet, is it?
Going east?
Yeah, the existing one.
Yeah, no, it's the pavement ends at the manufactured home parks. Yeah.
Just before you get to it heading east.
Yeah. That's the end of the hamlet boundary is right there. There's a road allowance is the end of the hamlet boundary. And that's the end of the pavement.
So paving shops stopped short of where it should have. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of money. So do we do dust suppression on that stretch of gravel there in front of the mobile home park?
We have provided some dust suppression beyond from the end of the pavement beyond, but we've now made that a condition onto the operator.
Perfect. And so now they're doing that.
Yeah,
Excellent.
the dust suppression doesn't perform well, and I say, I want to be completely honest, it's because of the limestone doesn't, and the volume of traffic and the type of traffic, it doesn't perform well there, so it requires continuous maintenance and application. But they are, we've made great progress in that relationship in trying to minimize the amount of dust, west of the asphalt.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
I'll let somebody else have a go at the mic. Thank you. Thank you, Director Hansen.
Okay, Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, the figures that I have down here, if it's 2.7 or 2.8 million that they granted us, that was 50%. And then $1 million to pave it, that looks like it's 6.6 million. And is that price from 2021? Or is that the price from this year?
That would be the price from 2024.
So 2 years ago.
Yeah, so we did do an updated estimate at the end of 24 prior to budget, and it was still within our threshold of the 50/50. However, the grant specifies that it does not include paving. So the paving $1 million is not within the 50% of this road construction. So it's above and beyond. So the county would be looking at 3.7 million in 2024.
So our piece of the pie now, 2 years later, would be over 4 million probably because of the increased cost.
Potentially, yeah.
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 So would it be cheaper for Clearwater County to pave to their gate that they've got there and then make it a stipulation that they have to sweep that road after 10 trucks go by?
Yeah, so within the conversations with Greymont, they do have intentions of upgrading their access into the quarry. So I don't think they will pave it, no. I don't think we would look into that option until they've done their upgrades, because it might be a lost investment. I don't know what they would be changing in the county, but when we did pave, it was to the county boundary, correct?
And so what's how far is it from the end of our pavement to their gate?
To the gate up the hill?
No, the gate at the bottom of the hill, just past the rail trail entrance.
Yeah, it's only a couple hundred meters to there.
So if we said that we would pay half of that, we would get rid of all that dust, wouldn't we?
Yeah, that is a potential, that would solve a part of the dust problem for sure. It certainly doesn't address the secondary emergency access that we were trying to accomplish.
Yes.
It doesn't divert the industrial traffic away from the residential area. It would address one of the multiple concerns that's been identified.
And so all of these water licenses and everything that we've got, they're all good to go as soon as we pay this 66,000, is that what it is?
Just under 70,000.
Just under 70?
So yes, this would be our last approval that we require at this time. In speaking with our, I don't know what they call them, case manager with Alberta Environment, she said that they are not expecting to send us any more information requests. They said once we pay it, we are approved. However, there is a 30-day appeal period, so the respondents to the public notice would be notified that Alberta Environment approved this Water Act. And if this approval is overturned, we do get the money back. And we did do traffic counts on Court in 2024. If you're interested, so we did east of Stewart. So there's 283 vehicles, with the 80 trucks, and east of Shale Court, which is one of the cul-de-sacs for the manufactured home park, was 255 vehicles with approximately 52 trucks. Average, sorry.
And that's an average per day or per?
Yeah, it averages out after a week of monitoring. And then we will be doing it again this summer.
My goodness.
Do you have further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Not at this time.
Okay. Director Magnus, do you have comments?
Yeah, just Further to Councillor Cermak's comments pertaining to sweeping. Public Works Operations makes every effort to at least once a week, we try to sweep that portion of asphalt that runs past the manufactured home park, as indicated by Eric, short of the 100 meters that's unpaved prior to the gate. We did reach out, Mr. Emmons did reach out to the owners of the quarry themselves, respectfully asking that they partake in assisting with sweeping that section of road. So there is an onus of responsibility put on them to sweep that road beyond what we do. Ideally, we'd like them to do it, just because of the fact, as Kate pointed out, the amount of traffic, truck traffic that is on that road, and to keep it swept. Again, we do every effort we can on the operational side of things to sweep that road on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Director Magnus. Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, so the construction of a new road versus just doing some paving and restructuring the existing road would be a lot cheaper than putting a brand new road in. And you've mentioned that you want to pave the new road in the future after it gets built. So I'm just looking at the quarry road there and saying, why can't we just dress that up, fix it up, make it wider, and put some pavement on it? Be done with it. And people in the trailer park don't have that much dust. And make them gravel pit responsible for road sweeping. Absolutely. That's all. Thank you.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, so I understand we're actually heading back up to Nordig there on Thursday. Love to take, on the way to the historic site, maybe we can swing over there and have a quick look at some of that scenario. Just as a refresher, I don't think we actually got to drive down to the end there. I believe it was pouring rain when we were there last time, so hopefully the weather will be a little bit nicer. And I'm happy to kind of show you a little bit more of what some of the constraints that we have there.
Okay. And yeah, we'll be going to Nordig again on Thursday, so we can have another drive-by and consideration for this project. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess one thing that I'm not gonna say we're overlooking, but I think we're underestimating the damage that this volume of traffic over time is gonna cause on the existing roads. Like, to treat this as just a dust problem, I think we're sort of selling this project a little short, because that volume of truck traffic is only gonna increase over time. So if we're gonna continue to bring them into town and out on that single entrance and exit, as we try to expand the volume of tourism in the region, I think we're just asking for a disaster. And I think that's where this road really is, in the long term, is gonna relieve a lot of problems that would occur at that single intersection. So, I mean, yes, it is a lot of money. Nordeg's had sufficient money spent. And it's not like this conversation is saying that we're gonna approve this road. This conversation is just saying that if we spend this little bit extra, we're good for 25 years to be able to build this road. That's just my 2 cents. So I would support spending the extra 75 grand just to get this project to where well, I guess just to clarify before that, is there anything else the council is not aware of that could hold this project up in the future? Other than DFO, like, is there a possibility that that funding could be lost? Is there, I don't know.
So, yeah, the grant is definitely at risk. If we decide not to move forward with that, I know we've checked, because Kate, do you have anything to add about not about the permitting, it is the resource road grant is the portion that's at risk. So maybe get Kate to speak to that.
Yeah, so I did reach out last December to our grant technologist, and she said that she didn't see an issue postponing the project, she just needed to be informed. However, she didn't specify how long we could hold it for. She has since left, so I can reach out to our new grant technologist and just kind of get a timeline on if it's not spent by X date, but she didn't see an issue with postponing it last budget season. She just didn't specify a timeline.
Okay, when was the original completion of this project? Once the grant was first received, back in, I don't know what year it was received, but.
Yeah, so I applied it 2023 and we received the funding in 24. I specified that it would be constructed over 2 years.
Okay.
Which with the wetlands and some will have to be done winter, falls, and the paving was irrelevant, so I just did based on construction, so I would have been completed in 2025 at that time. Started construction.
Yeah, I think that's probably a piece of this puzzle that council should be aware of, is what are our limitations on that grant funding?
Director Hansen, go ahead.
And the merits of the grant were there. They were recognized by the province, even if and this is speculation alone, even if we let this grant lapse, I don't know why there wouldn't be an opportunity to apply for this grant in the future. The Resource Road program has been around for a long time. So yes, we would likely lose this grant opportunity, but if we didn't want to output this funds, this 50% now, as well as the subsequent paving, because we know that pressure will come sooner than later, that there would be an opportunity to apply for that grant in the future when either this council or a future council will be ready.
I see, okay. I guess the concern would be a new government at the provincial level may have different priorities at that time.
Absolutely, there's risk, and I'm just trying to throw it out there that it still has the same merit as what it was weighed and measured on today.
On a historical basis, you would say that it's likely that we would be approved again, in your experience?
I would, just, with the type, I want to say, the Resource Road program, they have been clawing back at these provincial granting programs, but it seems to be one that's been consistent.
Thank you.
So the recommendation or the request for funding here today really is to protect the work and secure the work that's been done for all the permitting process for the $75,000 as staff recommendation. Councillor Levin.
Yeah, so that 70,000 plus, that is a 25-year permit for a Water Act grant or permission to cross that river. Is that correct?
Correct. Our approval would last, yeah, it's a 25-year
For
approval.
25 years, okay. Does it have to follow the path that has already been pre-drawn and engineered?
Yes, if we move anything, we have to reapply for everything again. If you are changing your construction limits,
Right.
which is what we did in 24.
Would we have to pay that $79,000 though for that water grant?
It would depend.
Or could it be an amendment, or how would that work?
It would depend on the impact. So the payment is based on the impact of wetland. So say we're affecting 1 hectare, that's what our payment is based off of. So if we move the road and the impact changes, that's when our dollar figure would change.
That could change also, but
Correct.
the initial dollar figure would still be principal.
I would hope, I personally haven't done a wetland compensation. Last one we did was Caroline down south. And that was through a different kind of program, but so we're paying based on the amount of wetland we are impacting. So whether it is 2 meters to the east, I can't say, but if we change our construction zones, then yes, we would have to reapply and reassess the wetlands at that time. And so our wetland impact assessment, we did do one previously and it did lapse. So we did a second one already in this process. So that's just kind of why we are recommending to close out where we are. And like I said, if it gets appealed, we get our money back. It's not committing us to construction. It's just committing us to our approvals within this construction limit.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Powell, go ahead.
Okay, before I make a motion, just for the people that are listening, this isn't anything about actually approving the road or the construction of it. So I am going to make the motion that council approve reallocating $75,000 to Nordegg South Access Project, NDP 006 from the tax revenue funded restricted surplus.
Have motion on the floor from Councillor Powell, as per staff recommendation. Councillor McCauley, do you have any comments?
Sure, why not?
Yes, please go ahead.
I was just curious, say this was all approved, what's the timeline for building this? Like, how long would this take?
When the construction process, not including paving, we think it would be over 2 construction seasons.
Okay.
And just echoing everything that the Deputy Reeve said, this is slightly more than just a dust mitigation project. It's directing traffic that's, away from residential areas, and the flow is only going to increase.
Okay, we have motion on the floor from Councillor Powell. Seeing no further discussion. I do. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, if we don't approve the 75,000, then we have a chance of losing the 320,000 that we've already put into this already. So I think it has to be approved at this stage. And then we save our money and we've got it secured for at least 25 years. And as far as I understand, if we don't get the Water Act approval, we get that money back.
Correct, if it's appealed, yes.
Yeah, so I think we have to vote in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay. Director Magnus, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear here too for council. I know Mr. Hanson, my counterpart, indicated that the likelihood of receiving it, if we don't move forward and we lose the grant, the resource road grant, there's the likelihood we can reapply and get it back. I need to make it clear here too to this council that in my time here, I have seen various governments remove line items within their budget, and that includes grants. So yes, there's the possibility, but there's also the possibility that you won't see the grant as well. They have done that in terms of adjusting their budget when they establish their budget for the year. So have seen that happen where they remove those line items completely in terms of putting forward grants. That happened with the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program grants, STIP funding for the bridges. That was minimized and removed for a period of time, and then it came back again. So I thought I'd just allow and this council to be aware of that.
Thank you, Director Magnus. We do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell. The council approved reallocating $75,000 to the Nordegg South Access Project NDP 006 from tax revenue funded restricted surplus. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Going on into item 6.4, Office of the CAO, 6.4.1, request for support from the Alberta River Rat Society. It is on page 326 of today's agenda. And I'll pass Mr. Hanson, go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, this was an item that was left over from our former CAO, Mr. Emmons, and I'm happy to present it on his behalf. So it comes from the Alberta River Rat Society, is requesting an updated letter of support from Clearwater County regarding its recreational land lease application for the existing GAP campsite on the upper North Saskatchewan River. I have provided not a very good map, but there is a map. I have no idea where this is. When I look at the large county map, if you were going to be halfway between Saunders and Nordegg, and you went 7 miles south to the North Saskatchewan River, or even from the trunk road and you went 7 miles east, it's in the middle of a mountain range, isolated, only accessible through industry roads, very well off the beaten path. The previous council provided a letter of support on September 10th, 2025, based on the philosophy that a managed seasonal campsite is preferable to increasing impacts from unmanaged random camping. The ARRS has since revised its proposal to a smaller, reduced footprint plan for the same site. The project remains non-commercial, public, seasonal, and no fee, with a focus on reducing environmental impacts, example, land degradation, fire scars, waste, and wildlife conflicts. ARRS is requesting an updated letter confirming that the county's 2025 support still applies in principle to this revised proposal, subject to provincial approvals and environmental requirements. This request does not ask the county to assess technical or regulatory matters, but does look for reaffirmation of the county's support for the general principle that managed stewardship is referred to unmanaged camping impacts. So below that is the previous letter that was provided by the previous council of support, and the request is the council consider this and provide a new letter of support.
Thank you, Director Hansen. I do remember when this was at council in the previous term, the size of this request for support for the land lease, how many acres?
I'm sorry, I don't have all of the background on this item. I apologize. I don't know much of the background or even, this is what was provided, and I'm doing my best to just present it as such.
And I can't quite recall the number of acres that was included in this request for support for this recreational land lease application. Councillor Powell?
Yeah, I was the one that received the emails on this, but I'm still slightly confused. So the lease isn't, nobody has the lease currently. It is with the province and they are applying to it. And then they are going to, if they get the lease, they're gonna have people come and stay on there with no fee. Am I understanding this correctly?
I believe so as well, yes.
Okay. But the government currently has development nodes out there that they're wanting to develop, and we still have these leases available to the public? Is that what I'm understanding? So there's the nodes, but the government that they are wanting to develop and are very interested in developing, yet we have these leases that people are still allowed to go and apply for at the same time. Am I understanding this?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, if I could, I think this seems like a very niche type of development that they would have, you know, they've come up with this idea, that right direct access to the river, that they wanted to make the application to the province. I think this is more of a letter of non-objection from the county if we were gonna support this type of niche development. I don't know that it would reflect at all on the development nodes, but I see Patina's joined us as well. Maybe she has any other insight. Be happy.
I have a little bit, just because I've worked with this group a little bit in the past, and COMs did update me a little bit on it. I have very limited information also. I just know from working with this group in the past, my understanding is this is only accessible off the North Saskatchewan River. So you can only access it with a river boat. And so it's for groups that use the river and have a place to go, and that it's not really like just accessible by anybody who can just walk up, is my understanding from past conversations with Mr. Ulmer.
Thank you, Director Van Newkirk. Director Hansen?
Yeah, and I apologize for not being well-versed in some of this. Anything I should present to you, I should have all the information, but I don't. Never to pressure council into approving anything. If it would be preferable, you know, we could table this and have them come as a delegation to better explain their plans to answer these questions. That's something that we could arrange as well.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually am very familiar with this exact location. And I can't wrap my head around what they're attempting to do here. Like, there is a good camp spot there that's very accessible from the water. It's where two ATV, well, I wouldn't call it ATV, experienced ATV / single track dirt bike riders. There's trails that converge there, and you can easily access the river by foot. So are they suggesting that they're not gonna allow others to use this? Or I don't even understand why this has come forward, because there's nothing stopping anyone from accessing that campsite where the fire pit is. Whether you're on boat, on foot, on a bike, on a horse. If you have the will to get there, it's there to use.
Director Hansen.
Again, there again, it appears to be applying for some type of disposition for the area to, I guess, legalize the use instead of random, with a idea of better stewardship is what it appears like. There again, if council wishes, we can certainly get them in front of council to provide a better explanation as to what the benefit would be to the community and requires council support.
Yeah, I mean, any modification of that spot would essentially ruin the reason that people would go there. Like you go there because people aren't there. Why would you want to create something that would draw more people to it that's outside of our existing proposed nodes? I definitely don't support this in the way it is unless there's some better explanation as to what they're trying to do here.
Councillor Powell, did you have comments or questions or?
Just that I feel like I need more information. I don't even understand how big it is or what it is. I did receive the email. I guess I could have sent another email in regards to it, but I don't, not sitting on council last term, I don't have enough information to make a proper decision. Would prefer to have a delegation, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, in going over this, I didn't like it either. I didn't like there was a letter of support from past council, and it was on paragraph 4. It says Clearwater County Council sincerely supports the Alberta River Rat Society application for a recreational land lease disposition. As the responsible use, now this comes into a double negative, the responsible use of random camping can lead to degradation of the land. Well, if it's responsible use, it's not leading to that. So that made no sense to me at all. So I wouldn't be in favor of this letter that was previously sent. It says such as fire scars, waste, negative human, but if it's responsible, then you don't have that. So, yeah, it didn't make sense. And based on that, we're saying that we support application for a recreational land lease disposition, which then, does that put them in the driver's seat of saying who can go there and who can't? I don't think we should do that. We've got recreational area in the West Country that Clearwater County residents and Alberta residents come to random camp. Let's not chop it all up into little pieces of places you can't go. We've already got nodes where you can go. My thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I won't support a letter of this for the river rats, but I need more information, and I believe the people that have jurisdiction over this is the Alberta Land and Forestry. And we have not heard or got any information from the land department on this. And I think that the previous one that the River Rats has given us, and we approved some there in a earlier meeting, we did not get all the information that Alberta Lands and Forestry had given to them, to the Alberta River Rats Society. And I would like to have them have their opportunity to chime in on this before we make a decision.
Okay, do you have further comments, Councillor Cermak?
I just want the Alberta land to have their information put into it, because they're the ones that govern that land out there.
Okay. I see Ms. Haight has joined us. Please go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Rick Northcott. If I recall,
this report that was presented to previous council, and Ms. Thompson has brought up the agenda item, and I believe it was September of 2025. And my recollection is that Alberta River Rats has had this disposition for years, but it has come up for renewal. And as it was noted before, the area that was talked about, that is the area that Alberta River Rats takes care of. And the reason why they are wanting this letter of support is so that they can continue to maintain that disposition. And what that disposition does is it gives them the, you would say, the right to take care of that spot, to have garbage receptacles there, to make sure that, I think that there's sort of proper up-to-code fire pits also in that area. I'm not certain, but perhaps if Ms. Thompson could pull up Alberta River Rats website to just give you a picture. And it truly is random camping. Anybody can use it. There is no charge for using it. It's sort of a wayfaring stop for travelers. And their request is that they just have a letter of support to the province so that they can continue maintaining the area, protecting the area, etc. And I believe that their website, they do have pictures, I think. So from my understanding from the previous information, they're very responsible and excellent stewards of the area. And again, it's something that's available to anyone.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hay. Director Hansen.
Yeah, I guess the planning department was also included in some of the correspondence here. There was a couple of key pieces of information and questions that were asked of administration that I do have some answers for with the information. If I could, I might even defer to Kim as well, as she was included in the email. So it is a lease-based management model that they're looking at. So they actually control the length of stay. It says here they limit stays to 3 nights from the current 14-day random camping rule. They also want to create a booking system so the visitors can reserve the site in advance to on their website. Availability is that it's only available from May 1st to November 1st annually, and a fee structure includes no fees for reservations or camping. They provide the location as well as the area which the recreation lease would be is approximately 6.65 hectares. So it's actually a very large lease. So those are some of the items that the questions were asked to council that I hope helps with your decision making. Really, and there again, there's a couple options available to council. One is to not provide that letter of support and thank them for their request. The other is to request, a delegation for them to come provide more information, and as well as the perspective of public lands and what their opinion is. Or of course, we could just provide an amended approval letter or a support letter. Those are kind of some of the options that would be available.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
I guess, thank you for explaining all that. It makes a little more sense. So if they're just asking for a letter of support for what they're doing is great, because when I read in this, it sort of looks like they're asking whether we support one style of camping versus the other. And that's where I sort of was a little confused on this, but if it's just asking for a letter of support for what they're doing and they're currently doing, I would be more than happy to make that motion.
Okay. We have lots of lights. Councillor Powell?
I don't agree. I still think that, in my opinion, if they want a letter of support, they should come before council and give a delegation. I still don't understand totally I'm sure Mr. Ulmer's gonna reach out to me, so hi, Mr. Ulmer. But I still think that in the best interest, if this project is something that needs to go ahead, I think a delegation to council would be beneficial for everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. My thoughts on this are regarding a recreational land lease on Crown lands. If Clearwater County is going to support one organization or one not-for-profit or one individual, then it would maybe potentially set precedents for any other organizations to also request a letter of support for a land lease on Crown lands. Councillor Lewin.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Powell. We've got no information, and so far we've been beating the drum here trying to invent what they proposed to us for a letter of support for, and we're wasting our time. And they can come forward with proper information so we know what we're giving a letter of support for. So at this time, myself, I'm against this completely until they can put something together positively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
My question is, do we need to have a motion to request that if they want a letter of support, they need to come to council with the delegation to better explain A, the precise location, and B, their plans? Because any plan that requires scheduling and limiting the amount of stay to public lands, and again, as the Reeve stated, granting a lease to an organization on public lands is not something that Clearwater County would typically support. So do we need a motion to move out of this?
Ms. Hay?
A motion from council just to invite the Alberta Riverettes to at a future council meeting as a delegation to present their request for a letter of support. Yes, that's the type of motion that would be needed.
Okay. But I don't know if I'm really requesting delegation, is that I would motion that if the River Rats are requesting a letter of support, that they make a delegation to count, or that they, come to council with a delegation to better explain their request.
Yeah.
So to get more, Deputy Reeve, so to have a delegation, and I've heard from some council members that they would like to have a little bit of additional information, so we could move that council direct administration to arrange a delegation to council from the Alberta River Rat Society. Okay, I'll officially put that motion on the floor that council direct administration to arrange a delegation to council from the Alberta River Rats Society at a future council meeting. That works for everybody. I'm not seeing any discussion on that. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I would also like to have Alberta Lands Enforced, who govern what happens in Crown land, to have their input into that also.
Ms. Gillen?
I was just gonna comment that, like, the province is definitely aware of this, and some of the notes, I think it might be in this part too, but that Alberta River Rat Society was granted an opportunity by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas in 2021 to establish a backcountry campsite along the North Saskatchewan. And then it also mentions further on that on-site assessment conducted in 2021 by Fish and Wildlife and Alberta Environment resulted in a PLAR access grant in 2022, allowing them to set up the site. And the society contributed labor and infrastructure to regulated fire pits, outhouse facilities, designated tent sites, picnic tables, things like that. So they definitely have been in discussion with the province over the years for this and have developed some stuff out there. So they are well aware of it.
And that is the Land Department of Alberta Forestry, because I know that they have sent emails in and we did not receive all of the emails.
Yeah, so some of the people listed on here that have been involved, I know that they work for forestry and parks and things like that, so they would be aware of.
Just to bring the discussion that really the consideration being discussed here on this agenda item is really whether council would like to update the letter of support. A delegation could provide additional information to council whether they would like to support that letter of support for a potential lease or not. Councillor Humphrey?
I was just looking for clarification. So they already have a PLA from forestry then? So that's a public land agreement, right? Or it's, I could have my terminology wrong there, but they already have had one in place to allow them to set that up and go in and collect their garbage and put fire pits and everything. That's already in place.
I think they may have had something previously. I don't know if they have anything currently though, which is why.
So
they
it's
maybe-
lapsed or,
Possibly, yeah. I'd have to do more digging.
yeah, this delegation thing is important. If they want.
Councillor Datwan?
I'd like to make a motion that we decline this letter of support until we receive more thorough information, complete and thorough information from the River Rats, so we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, we do, noted, Councillor Letwin, we do have a motion on the floor to direct administration to arrange a delegation to council from the Alberta River Rats Society at a future council meeting. And some of that information could be discussed at that point in time. So if I'm not seeing any further discussion, which I'm not, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that motion is supported by council. Moving into item, maybe at this time we'll just take we'll take a 5-minute recess and we will return at roughly 11:35. Welcome back from our short break. We're moving into item 6.4.2, live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings on page 334 of today's agenda. And I'll pass it over to Ms. Haight to present this item to council.
Thank you. So as requested, this report is before council to assist discussion on whether or not to continue, modify, or discontinue live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings. So a little background, in 2018, council approved funding to install audio-visual equipment in council chambers for the purpose of live streaming and recording regular and special council meetings and strategic planning and broadband committee meetings. This decision was based on the 2015-2018 strategic plan, the theme of well-governed and leading organization, and under the engagement priority area for the objective of facilitate community engagement in planning and decision-making. So live streaming began in 2019. The cost for the live streaming, for the investment in live streaming to date is $112,437, and ongoing operational costs are managed within the existing budget. Live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings is mainly for the purpose of the committee to discuss annual budget development. That's the major part of the committee's work, and that carries over from meeting to meeting and ending with detailed budget discussions in December. Meetings are less formal than regular council meetings. This gives the committee and administration opportunity to share information, have open discussion on ideas, and collaborate with administration for solutions to challenging issues in a casual setting. Since 2019, 50 strategic planning committee meetings have been live streamed, and attached to this report is the viewer analytics. So in summary, there's been, over the 7 years, there's been a total of 15,019 views, and that's combined with viewers using the iCompass portal to access the live streaming or using YouTube. And on average, viewership per meeting increased from 46 views in 2019 to 508 views in 2025. So as per council's procedure bylaw, this allows for recording and live streaming of meetings as per item 10.1 in the bylaw, where it says that committee meetings may be recorded and live streamed to the public with the exception of closed session meetings. So this means that it is at council's discretion as to whether live streaming committee meetings is provided. Although live streaming is discretionary, it has become an established public service over the past 7 years. Because live streaming is normalized, stopping may feel like a removal of service by the public, and their expectations regarding transparency and accessibility may be a significant factor in council's decision. The decisions to stop may present drawbacks, and in the report is a summary of the benefits and the drawbacks. So should council consider stopping, there are steps that can be taken to minimize some of these potential drawbacks. One is to offer an alternative. 2, be transparent about the reasons for stopping. 3, consider a hybrid approach. And 4, prepare clear, consistent messaging to prepare for public reaction. So the decision to continue live streaming strategic planning committee meetings ultimately rests with council. The information presented in this report outlines the county's investment, service usage, benefits and drawbacks of stopping live streaming, and potential mitigation strategies should live streaming be discontinued. Council's evaluation may consider factors such as transparency, accessibility, public expectations, operational impacts, and the role live streaming plays in supporting informed public participation in local government. Administration recommends that council review the information presented and provide direction on whether live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings should continue in its current form or be modified or be discontinued. And should council decide to modify or discontinue with this service, administration asks that council also provide direction on mitigation strategies and public messaging.
Thank you, Ms. Hay. Open up the floor for discussion on this item. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, so what does it cost a year for this live streaming then?
Operational costs are minimum. I don't have a total, but it would include licensing for iCompass portal and for YouTube. I can get that information for council.
Yeah, I was just curious, so you see what it costs per year?
But the cost is not divided up between meetings. It is like, because
It's all combined?
It's, yes, it's
Yeah,
all,
okay.
all
Okay,
combined,
fair
so.
enough. Yeah, fair enough. No. My thoughts on the matter is, public voted us in, and if the public has the right, there's a lot of people that watch the videos here, or the live streaming, a lot of community members here, and, in my neighborhood also, and, it's just my point of view, but I wanna leave it the way it is, if we can afford it, absolutely. Keep the public informed, see what we're doing wrong.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Letwin. Councillor Powell.
I think I probably have a little bit of a different opinion on that. Just for some clarification for the people that are listening, right now, we have MPC meetings, and the agendas are posted, and then the minutes are posted. Is that correct? During those MPC meetings, unless it's in closed session, are the public allowed to come and sit in the gallery and watch the MPC meetings?
Yes, MPC is a committee of council, like it was a committee or board that was established by council, and it is available for public attendance.
Thank you.
For sure.
So if I believe, Councillor Letwin, I do agree with you that I think that council meetings are a necessity and they need to be live feed. Absolutely, because that's where the decisions are made. In strategic planning, if I understand this correctly, any decision that's made in strategic planning still has to be approved by motion in a council meeting, is that correct?
Yes, the committee makes recommendations to council. Like, they cannot approve the budget, it has to go to council. But the discussions regarding the budget and, you know, preparing the draft operating and capital budgets, that is decided by the committee, and then it's presented to council for final approval.
So if this council did decide to not live stream the strategic planning committee meetings, would the public still be able to come and sit in the gallery and listen if they chose?
Definitely. That's one of the benefits, that sort of possible benefits, is that by stopping live streaming, it may encourage return to public in-person attendance.
Okay, those are just some questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to echo what Councillor Powell was saying, is the intent here is not to limit public participation, but rather by eliminating the live streaming and recording of strategic planning meetings, we would end up with more authentic discussion that I believe would be more beneficial to the public. And as always, they would be welcome to attend in the gallery. But what I have seen already, being on this council, is that there have been video and sound bites snipped from meetings and used inappropriately. So, I mean, that's gonna cause people to be guarded during conversations where they shouldn't have to worry about things like that. I mean, this is, these are important decisions, but at the same time, there's no decisions made in strategic planning, so I don't know what else to say.
CAO Simpson, please go ahead.
Finally, after the long silence, I thought I would just throw this in for council's consideration. No preference one way or the other. Council does have, under the Municipal Government Act, under Section 197 sub 2, the right to keep some of their meetings in private. I think the matter of whether you're gonna live stream and allow people in the gallery during your deliberations for things like strategic planning, simply because of cost may not be the proper rationale. I think as Deputy Reeve McKay is saying, the quality of the conversation is the thing that is the most important when you're having a strat planning meeting. When there is a camera on, people do tend to act a little differently as opposed to when they know the chamber is safe and they can throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, that pie in the sky kind of discussion, which is exactly what strategic planning is. And so if you're looking at enhancing the quality of your deliberations, having more candid conversations without blowback, you do fully have the right to exclude the public and have a strategic planning workshop, even as opposed to simply a live stream meeting, if you want to discuss ideas that are in their formative stages. And so there may be benefit to the quality of the product that comes out of strat planning if the public is not there during the discussion, but then brought into the conversation at the appropriate time. And it is not, in my opinion and my experience as a CAO, it is not always appropriate to involve the public every step of the way. It does not mean you're not being transparent, and it does not mean you're hiding anything. It just means you're trying to have a less guarded conversation to flesh out all the facets of the various ideas that council has. So there are merits to continuing the way that you are doing it, which is a demonstration of transparency, even though at times that has resulted in some blowback on councillors just for their ideas. But I don't think it's appropriate to be penalized for the ideas themselves that you're having. And if it's not a safe environment, I don't know what the history has been here, but if it's not a safe environment just to throw things out and see what the reaction of the room is, because the public is watching and councillors are concerned about how that may impact them politically, take the politics out and have the discussion about the issues with administration themselves in a private setting. You always have to bring back your document in a draft form for public approval, or rather for council approval, and you can always get public input on your draft document after your conversations have been had. So there are pros and cons. I would just speak to the pros of allowing council more latitude to have those open discussions without, I'll use the word public interference, because even the presence and the pressure, the looks, the gazes, the comments, the sighs, the eye rolls that the public may have, and I've seen it all, they can be off-putting and they can discourage councillors from coming forward and speaking about something that they're passionate about, simply because it may affect them either during their term or if they're seeking re-election. Just grounds for consideration. You do have the right to use your privacy powers, I guess, under the Access to Information Act, and the MGA gives you that, so it's worth considering.
Thank you, CAO Simpson, for that. And yes, I know it's identified in our agenda here that meetings are less formal than regular council meetings. And it says that they have more opportunity to open discussion and ideas. But really, and it also says here that it's a strategic planning is a casual setting, but it does create some confusion as council members are all sitting in council chambers. It has been often thought that council is in a formal council meeting during strategic planning meeting minutes because we are all sitting here in our council chairs. And when those questions are called on some of those decisions, it does give the illusion or the appearance that we are making decisions of that day during strategic planning, but it's not really a formal decision such as a regular council meeting. So as has been said before, I do believe that authentic discussion is lost when YouTube is rolling, and I do believe it can create some confusion, and it limits ideas often that can be brought forward for the betterment of the community and the residents of Clearwater County. I have seen other municipalities that'll have their meetings, strategic planning, they'll have a short recap that is posted on YouTube to recapture the events and the discussions and recommendations to council during the strategic planning meetings. And I think that would be valuable to have a short recap that would be recorded and placed on YouTube for the community still to be able to see the discussions that took place and recommendations to council. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, just for my information, is closed sessions allowed in strategic planning commission meetings?
Definitely, yes. A motion is required for the committee to go into closed session, and then live streaming is stopped. If there's any public attendance, they are required to leave for that closed session.
So I would like to see this live streaming stay, and we go into closed session if we get into that kind of discussion that we don't want the public to know. We can go into into closed session, and then we can have an open and clear discussion. Other than that, I want to be transparent. I am not seeking election in the next election, so I want it live streamed. And then you can go into closed session and do whatever you want to say. I say pretty well anything that I want to say, even in open session. So, but I think that if closed session is available for our meetings, then we can go into that. But the rest of it, I think, has to stay live streaming, and that's the only way I will vote. Thank you.
Okay. And just for clarification, Councillor Cermak, that this is regarding strategic planning, okay? And there's specific criteria that is, needs to be met in order to go into closed session for any board or committee meeting, not just, you cannot just go into a closed session for any reason. It have to be related to land, labor, or legal, or intergovernmental. But and at that point in time, any board or committee could go into closed session. Ms. Haid?
Oh, no, sorry.
Councillor Powell?
Yeah, I respect the opinions around the table. Whether I am going to run for re-election or not, I have no idea. But I do find that the conversations aren't as broad and open as they could be when you're on camera. I have no problem with any of the residents that phone me and ask me a question, and I have no problem in a council meeting speaking like I am today. But when we are debating different things in strategic planning, whether it be budget, et cetera, I do think we would have a more open dialogue if we were not live streaming strategic planning. I was voted in to be a voice for the people, and I'll always do that, and I hope the constituents know that, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting in this position. My choices will be made in a regular council meeting, and they'll see that. I really don't see the benefit to strategic planning being live streamed. I can think of some things I've had phone calls on about the strategic planning meetings that hasn't even gone to a council meeting and been voted on or passed, yet we have very, very upset residents over some comments that were made, and I don't think that the residents need that kind of stress. It hasn't even been brought to a vote, and we have upset residents. So just another way to look at it.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. I guess I'm just gonna clear up my own thought process here as I go along, but the idea to create a closed session would keep the public from being involved in the discussion whatsoever. Like, I don't think the intention of this is to keep the public out of the building. It was to eliminate the recording, if I understand it correctly, and eliminate the ability of those with ill intentions to purposely string together audio or video in a manner that is either unbecoming of the councillor or damaging to administration. So I don't believe that increasing the amount of closed sessions during the strat planning meetings is beneficial. Yeah, just simply eliminating the live streaming, I think, is the goal here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, and I would echo many of those comments. Again, it is in the current bylaw, it is at the discretion of the committee where the committee may record the meetings and make them live stream. So I think through transparency, council is taking the time to have this discussion so that the community is aware. Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you, Reeve. I think this council is a strong council, and we don't have a problem. I don't have a problem speaking my mind at any time, whether the camera is rolling or not. However, I might throw some more ideas around when it's not rolling and be a little less formal in it, just being able to throw them out there, because you are always thinking about it. You know, I'm thinking about it right now. So yeah, I I think there's definitely a benefit to not treating it as though it is a council meeting before the council meeting. This is where we're throwing around the ideas and hashing them out to come up with the best thought forward or the best foot forward for the residents of Clearwater County. And if it isn't a recorded, like you're in a council meeting every time we're doing it, so that we're just going back and redoing it, the final decisions will still be made under camera and recorded. So, yeah, I don't see the need to have that, and if it allows everybody the opportunity to really get their thoughts out there and presented for the betterment of the county, I believe that's the way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. CAO Simpson, please go ahead.
Just to contribute to the conversation, if the intention of this RFD is simply to eliminate the live streaming of the strat planning but would still allow public in the building, it may unfairly prejudice those people who would not take the live stream and create snippets of it. If council's broader conversation is about protecting the authenticity of their conversation, then I would point a few things out in the experiences I've had elsewhere, that there have been circumstances where the public has been allowed to challenge or criticize directors presenting ideas in strat planning or budget meetings to members of council. You do have the ability to deliberate in closed session on draft instruments that will soon be available to the public, such as your strategic plan and your budget. Should council choose to go into full private conversations about its strat planning, there should be perhaps a balance to promote transparency, and I would suggest if you go that route, then you would maybe want to extend your public input period once you have your first draft of your strategic plan available. You could do a draft of a strategic plan in closed session without the public and then hold open houses with your draft document and get feedback. You could have coffee shops and sit downs. You could give them more time once you've firmed up your ideas. I would caution, often in strategic planning, members of administration are presenting information about which types of services they may want to expand. That includes potentially identifying vendors they may want to have conversations with. There could be proprietary information that's thrown on the table, either from council or admin, that could be sensitive, and it could also ultimately give the public who does not have status at these meetings and therefore does not carry the liability that comes with the decisions you make, the ability to influence things or even change their prices if you're going to go to market for it. So perhaps it's worth pointing out that if the intention of the RFD here is just to eliminate the live stream, you're not necessarily protecting the integrity of the conversation. You're not necessarily going to have more authentic conversation because the public is still going to be sitting around the room. If you're trying to protect the integrity of the conversation and have more fulsome discussion, you would want to consider fully going private for those conversations, but then the balance would be, if you're going to take this away, which has been in place for some years now, increasing that public input period after you have completed a document to show them. And once you bring that first draft forward, you would then not go back into closed session to discuss it further. So once it's out in the light, it must stay there. So there's ways to preserve the transparency. It just looks a little different if that's the route. I'm not entirely sure that just ending the live streaming would have no change in your costs. It might just unfairly prejudice people who are not able to make it to the meeting in person. So I don't know if there's a great benefit to that component. Not that I'm trying to confuse the issue, guys, just pointing out, if you're gonna go private. Don't do it halfway, because it's not really gonna solve the underlying issue that some have identified, which is, can we be open and honest with these ideas? And administration would point out, sometimes these half-baked ideas involving vendors, land that you may wish to purchase or acquire for a new service or a project, that stuff, before it's finalized and council has crystallized their intention by putting it into a plan, that could impact how that project turns out. Just worth considering.
Thank you for that, CAO Simpson. I think what I'm gathering from some of council is that the strategic planning meetings still be made available to the community if residents or stakeholders wish to come in and watch in the gallery. That would be that would be absolutely adequate still. It would just be the removal of the YouTube live streaming and recording with a short YouTube recap of the meeting that would be placed on the Clearwater County YouTube channel. I'm going to look to Ms. Haight for a motion that would be required, or is just direction, or what would be legislatively required at this time to move forward with that direction.
I would recommend that, council consider it like a basic motion, and that would be that council live streams strategic planning committee meetings. If that motion is defeated, then live streaming would discontinue. Another wording could be that council discontinues live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings. And if that motion is passed, then live streaming would discontinue. Live streaming and recording would discontinue. And then the next step would be for council to provide direction to administration as to if they wanted to provide an alternate. And I believe what was mentioned was to provide a live streamed recorded meeting highlight or update. And then, so then a motion would be required to instruct administration to put that in action. And then I would request that perhaps before administration or before council makes any motions, that if they were to decide to discontinue live streaming committee meetings, I just would like to clarify the reasons for discontinuing. And so far I've got 4 of them here. And so just wanting confirmation from council on that. So yes, the motion to discontinue live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings, and if that passes, then it stops.
Ms. Haight, I do have one question. Currently in the procedural bylaw, it states that the committee may. So how is that decision made? Just for clarity, would if the committee chose to not live stream the meetings at the beginning of the meeting, is it decided at that point in time? I'm just wondering if there's really if there's a motion required at this point in time, if the current procedural bylaw has the word may, where the committee may or may not record their meetings. I'm just wondering, does the procedural bylaw need to be amended itself, or?
Well, definitely it could be amended if council wanted to make it definitive that live streaming and recording of strategic planning committee meetings is no longer done. They could, when the procedure bylaw comes for review, they could change the wording in that item 10.1 that council, regular meetings, special council meetings may be recorded and live streamed to the public. So that section 10.1 could be amended to remove committee of the whole and council committee meetings. That would be struck. And then it would just read council may be, and then wording would be added, council regular meetings and special council meetings may be recorded and live streamed to the public.
Okay. Deputy Reeve, go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Haight, for that. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. I hate to muddy the waters here even more, but one thing that since starting this position that I've noticed is that our strategic planning meetings often feel like council meetings because a lot of what we're doing, I believe, should be done in a council meeting. So is that because we don't have enough time during our council meetings to fit in discussions regarding, you know, a bylaw about solid waste, and what was the other one that we dealt with today? The records management review bylaw. So is is there a reason that those are going to strategic planning and not just to regular council meetings? Because that is not strategic planning, the records management bylaw and the water and sewage bylaw, right? Like should that not be regular council business? Like are we taking things, are we putting things in the wrong meeting, I guess, which is sort of, it would completely change this discussion, because if our strategic planning was essentially strategic planning about projects and about the future and about the outlook and what our plans are, then it would be a lot easier to justify having those discussions in private, I guess. Or is there another type of meeting that we need to label? I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Ms. A.
The committee meetings are set up to help council make the most efficient use of time. Committees, their purpose are to, at some time, do the heavy lifting, do the heavy work, so that during a regular council meeting, approvals for approvals of policy and adoption of bylaws is done quickly, so that frees up more time for delegations and for other important council business. A bylaw review, as you have experienced with some of the bylaws, like the water and wastewater and solid waste, when it's a 30-page bylaw and that's presented to the committee, the intent is that the committee is working on a draft and they're looking at that bylaw and providing suggestions for amendments, changes, additions, et cetera, et cetera. It could take a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. So having a committee take on that heavy lifting provides council with more time to spend on regular business, making decisions on regular business. So when that final draft bylaw or policy is presented to council, it's basically a rubber stamp, because council as a committee has done the main work, the heavy lifting. And that's the purpose of the Strategic Planning Committee when it comes to budget development at the same time. Like, again, the majority of work that this committee does is budget planning. And by planning budget, the committee is also discussing what council's priorities are according to the strategic plan that they developed, and weighing their priorities up against what their strategic plan is, and making sure that their goals and actions are fitting well. And that's the purpose of the committee, and that's why the committee, it meets anywhere from 4 to 6 times a year. This year, it is meeting more frequently because of the bylaw review that's being done as a result of the amalgamation. So the short answer is really the committee's work is to make more efficient use of time for council.
And is that a specific approach from this administration, or is that an MGA directed approach?
No, it's not an MGA directed approach. It's usually municipalities across Alberta. It's sort of a practice that takes place. Some councils, they call it Governance and Policy Committee. At one time, this committee was named Agenda and Priorities Committee. It's quite common for councils to have a council committee of the whole to do the groundwork, in addition to council's regular meetings. But they're just called different names.
I know, I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's like we're shoving 10 different things under one umbrella, under the strategic planning umbrella, that 9 of those things shouldn't be there. Right, like, should we be having a meeting called something else? Because strategic planning and budget that we have in the fall, that is strategic planning. That is what we're doing for the year, that's where money's being spent, that's the most important part of our job.
Right.
Bylaw review, I don't, maybe I'm out of line, but bylaw review, I don't believe fits the strategic planning idea.
And yes, that would be, I mean, the Strategic Planning Committee bylaw can be brought back for council's review and for changes and amendments. Currently, it reads that part of the committee's job is to review bylaws, draft bylaws, and draft policies. And if that, if council wishes that to change, that can be changed. No problem. But again, just being prepared that if it moves out of the committee work, it goes into council work. And that could lengthen the meetings because depending on the bylaws that are up for review. But definitely the Strategic Planning Committee bylaw can be presented and changed, amended, and that work can be removed from the committee's work and it would go into regular council meetings.
Well, or I guess whatever would be typical, or is there a bylaw review committee outside of strategic planning? I don't know.
If council wanted to come up with a bylaw review committee, that's perfectly doable too. It is a little extra this year simply because of the amalgamation. There are several different types of bylaws that should be reviewed at least once per council term. But the list for those are minimum. The Strategic Planning Committee work right now, like they review draft bylaws, they review draft policies, and again, they develop the strategic plan. That's usually done once per term. They check in on that plan maybe on a quarterly basis, and like budget work, like I said, is the majority work of the committee. But if council wants to make changes, that's definitely doable.
I think, Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I'm just trying to think of a solution. So currently, I don't know any different except for to have strategic planning once a month is the way that it's sitting right now with us. We have strategic planning once a month, but I understand that it sometimes would have only been 4 times a year. So what if every second, or why don't we do strategic planning sessions every second one or every third one, and then have a strategic planning meeting if we need to? But at least in those sessions, or don't want to come sessions, strategic planning workshops, I heard somebody say.
I'm just gonna bring back actually discussion here. A lot of this discussion could take place in strategic planning. To keep discussion focused, really the decision today is to decide whether or not council would like to proceed with the strategic planning committee meetings live streamed and recorded as is and stay status quo, or if we would like to amend the practice of just having the strategic planning committee meetings still available for people and the residents in the community to attend the meetings in the gallery with a short YouTube recap. And maybe at this time, through discussion that's taken place, Ms. Haight, maybe this item needs to be brought back at a future council meeting with some amendments and some consideration of this at a future council meeting. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Councillor, because we are in a formal council meeting right now, and to do business in a timely and efficient manner for the community. We'll stay focused on the agenda, but Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that we just leave the strategic planning the way it is for the moment, and we can bring it up in a strategic planning meeting if we want to change things in the future. But leave it the way it is today. Thank you.
Okay. We do, so motion, what I'm hearing from you, Councillor Letwin, is that strategic planning committee meetings stay status quo.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin that the strategic planning committee meetings stay status quo as. Now, I do think that there's amendments and consideration, otherwise the item would have made the agenda here today. So I won't be supporting that motion. But I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. Ms. Aid, through the discussion that has taken place here today regarding live streaming of the strategic planning meeting minutes, would it be appropriate to have a motion, or are you able to capture the comments that were placed here today to bring this back at a future council meeting?
Whatever council wishes, if they would like to make a motion that, to discontinue live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings, that would provide administration with direction, or if council wanted to review the strategic planning committee bylaw before making that decision. However, considering the motion that was just made, I think it would be better to have a motion to discontinue live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings.
Okay, I'm willing to make that motion, but I'll go to Deputy Reeve McKay first.
I don't want to disagree, but I think that there is a lot more to this conversation before we decide to not live stream them or to continue. Like, I honestly think this needs to come back, this strategic planning committee bylaw needs to come back to a strategic planning meeting so that we can decide if we want to continue going forward with the content that's in all these meetings before we decide whether or not they're to be live streamed. So I don't know, somebody wants to make a motion.
CAO Simpson, please go ahead.
Just to share my thoughts. Again, I'm not entirely sure that it would be fair just to cut the live stream portion, but in consideration of the municipal statutes that you have access to, and because we didn't really get a clear direction in the motion that was passed, or the motion that was, or rather the motion that was defeated, I'm going to assume that every item in your current strat plan has already been discussed publicly, and you can't really go back into closed session for it. I would suggest council consider that as administration brings new items in future strategic planning meetings for conversation that have not been brought forward on a public agenda yet, that we simply rely on the exceptions to disclosure under the Access to Information Act when administration exercises its discretion where they fear or feel that there may be proprietary information that we wouldn't want to release. There may be sensitive conversations about acquisition of land or assets in the community that we may not want to compromise our negotiating position on, things of that nature. And that, yeah, we can have a look at the strategic plan bylaw, but in response to the discussion about a specific bylaw review committee, I would also note that sometimes what happens in those conversations, you get a committee of a couple councillors together, they become subject matter experts, and then they bring it back and they can dominate the conversation. I have always found it very fair if you have a first draft of a bylaw to just go into closed session and use your exception to disclosure. I think it's under 26(1), that all council gets first crack at the cat on the draft of a new bylaw, and keep it fair and keep everyone on an even keel so that no group of councillors has more information and can have more influence over the conversation than another. It's a little more equitable that way. And on the new items that may come forward in strat planning, where admin is saying, hey, there's a risk, we're going to be talking gravel prices, we're going to be talking, contractor rates and things like that. Administration can identify the topic, the strat plan item number, and then we can go into closed session and have fulsome conversation about those sensitive matters. But surely, as the Deputy Reeve has mentioned, not every item necessarily would be a strat planning item, and not every item, I think, would present an obstacle for councillors to speak freely. The sensitive ones, most certainly, and administration is happy to make recommendation to you on which ones would still be sensitive enough that they should fall under the Exception to Disclosure Act. But just to recap, I'm not entirely certain you would achieve your objective just by eliminating the live stream if you're still allowing the members of the public in. I would say try not to be deterred by those who would misuse the public record for their own gain, because we would still have a complete and full recording of the public record should it ever become a legal matter. And those individuals who would misconstrue and edit footage for their own advantage would be corrected in court if it came to be.
Okay. Thank you, CAO Simpson. At this time, we are going to take a recess till 1 o'clock. Welcome back from our recess, and welcome again to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for July 14th, 2026. We are going to resume discussion on item 6.4.2, which is live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings on page 334. And we'll continue discussion on that item. Are there any comments, questions, or clarity needed from council or administration at this time on this item? Ms. Haight, with the information that you've heard in today's meeting, would you be able to bring this back at a future? We could defer this to a strategic planning committee meeting of the whole, or we could bring this back at a future council meeting for a further decision at that point in time. Would you need a motion at this point in time, Ms. Haight?
There was a motion that council passed, and that motion was that the strategic planning committee meetings remain status quo. And that motion was defeated. Sorry, I said
Yes.
passed, but it was defeated.
Correct.
So that sort of puts everything in limbo. Because using the term status quo, currently the status quo is live streaming the committee meetings. And that motion was defeated, so just for clarity's sake, does that mean then that strategic planning committee meetings live streaming is discontinued?
Yes, there was, yeah, you're absolutely correct. There was a motion to remain status quo. That motion was defeated.
Yep.
So that would give direction of a change to the way the strategic planning committee meetings are dealt with, live streaming and recording of those meetings. So now that new direction would have to be identified by council, and that direction would need to be given to administration at this point in time. So options would be then, Ms. Haight, at this point in time, that council could, what would be some options for council's consideration at this time?
One option was is to continue live streaming committee meetings and have administration bring back this item for further discussion at a strategic planning committee meetings in the future. Another option would be to have a motion discontinuing live streaming of the committee meetings.
Ms. Haight, my apologies, just in our agenda here, we do have some potential options here. We have 1 through 4. An alternate could be provide enhanced detailed minutes of the strategic planning meetings and provide a meeting summary or highlight, and such as a recap that could be presented on YouTube.
Yes, those were mitigation strategies should council decide to discontinue live streaming of committee meetings. These are some actions that council might want to take in order to mitigate any kind of drawbacks that the public might bring up. And so if council discontinues live streaming, perhaps they would consider providing enhanced detail minutes and or providing a meeting summary or highlight, like either in a paper format similar to what council already does with their meeting highlights report that gets posted on social media, or having a live stream YouTube video of the meeting highlights. Then the second thing that administration just wants to make sure that if council discontinues live streaming, that there are reasons for doing so. And I do have 4 that was sort of discussed throughout. And another alternative or another item that council should consider if they discontinue live streaming is to maybe consider a hybrid approach And that would be stay with the live streaming, but discontinue the YouTube recording, or just streaming audio only. And then finally, should council decide to discontinue live streaming, communications would work with council to prepare consistent messaging for the public, so that the public understands that council still is wanting to maintain transparency and accountability. Here are the reasons for discontinuing live streaming, and this is, you know, what the public will still be able to attend in person. And I had heard that, that there was interest in providing the public with a meeting highlight, meeting summary. And that type of information would go into the messaging that would go out to the public. And again, this is if council decides to discontinue live streaming of committee meetings.
Right, okay. So we do have many boards and committees that are, not every board and committee is live streamed and recorded. We have, we have ICC, there's MPC, there's director meetings with staff, there's, you know, Ag Service Board meetings. There's many board and committee meetings that are not live streamed and recorded. So
that's great.
Just to be able to say that. From the motion that Councillor Letwin had made to remain status quo, that motion was defeated. So then a motion that council, just not for sure how to make a motion out of your option number 1 here, which would provide enhanced detailed minutes for the community and a, you know, YouTube recording of a recap of what had happened in that strategic planning meeting.
The motion could read that council discontinue live streaming strategic planning committee meetings and directs administration to initiate mitigation strategies.
Might ask Ms. Thompson if she was able to, I was not able to capture the wording for that potential motion, but I'll ask Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Reeve. I've got that council direct administration to discontinue live streaming strategic planning committee meetings and to initiate the mitigation strategies.
I think we can approve that motion, but I'm gonna pass the floor over to Deputy Reeve McKay at this time.
Thank you, Reeve. Could we slightly modify that to say mitigation strategy number 1? I believe that's what you're alluding to was the one that you felt was the most appropriate.
Option number 1, and then say, would that be appropriate to include option number 1 with a YouTube recording recap?
Yeah, there's two. Did council wish to provide both alternatives? One is provide enhanced detail minutes, and then the other one is to provide meeting summaries or highlights. Did council wish to do both?
I'm just looking for a motion for potential discussion by council, but the summary and highlights, could that include a YouTube recording recap?
It most definitely can.
Just have that clarity in there that there would be a YouTube recording.
Yep.
That would be a recap of what had happened or the discussions or recommendations from strategic planning to council.
Yep.
Now I'm going to have to defer back to Ms. Thompson if she was able to capture those comments for the potential motion.
Yes, so I understand you want both the enhanced minutes and summaries and highlights, or just the highlight video at the end?
I'd like to see both in this motion, and then I'll officially place that motion on the floor when we get the wording correct for council consideration.
Would you like me to read that back?
Yes, please.
That council directs administration to discontinue the live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings and to initiate mitigation strategies of providing enhanced detailed meeting minutes and provide meeting summaries or highlights following the meeting.
And if we can just add that would be on YouTube. That would be a YouTube recording.
Via live stream.
Okay. Okay. Does everybody understand the exact motion. If I could just see it, I would reread it, but I can't see it at this point in time, and I don't have it wrote down.
That council direct administration to discontinue the live streaming of strategic planning committee meetings and to initiate the mitigation strategies of providing enhanced detailed minutes and providing meeting summaries and highlights via live stream.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'm officially making that motion. That motion is on the floor for discussion, consideration. Councillor McCulley?
Would the gallery still be open to the public? Is that the intention, or are we?
Absolutely. The gallery, my intent in the motion would be that the gallery would be open to the public.
So we're just blocking the recordings online?
I guess it could be considered as blocking or allowing committee members to have more authentic discussion. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion has passed. Moving into item 6.4.3, signing authority for Director of Planning and Development on page 341 of today's agenda. And Ms. Haight, is this your item? Please proceed.
Thank you. With the addition of new Director of Planning and Development, James Mazik, the staff recommendation is that council authorizes the Director of Planning and Development as signing authority for Clearwater County in accordance with Clearwater County Signing Authority's policy, effective July 14th, 2026, for a term ending on October 27th, 2026, which is the date of council's next organizational meeting, where this staff recommendation will again appear before council as part of their regular organizational meeting agenda. And it's in accordance with the MGA, Section 213, regarding check signing and agreement signing by either the Reeve or another person authorized by council. So it's just to add the new Director of Planning and Development as a signing authority.
Thank you, Ms. Haight. Is there any discussion on this item or motions from council? Councillor McCulley?
I'll make that motion that council authorize, or make the motion to direct council to authorize the Director of Planning and Development as signing authority for Clearwater County in accordance with Clearwater County's signing authorities policy, effective July 14th, 2026, for a term ending on October 27th, 2026.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor McCulley. Council, there's a motion on the floor from Councillor McCulley as per staff recommendation on this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Moving into item 7, which is reports. Item 7.1, CAO report, and I will pass the floor over to Director Hansen.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, again. So a brief overview of the CAO report for July 14th, 2026. First of all, we have the fall 2026 RMA convention, the minister meetings specifically. Prior to the RMA convention, Clearwater County requests meetings with ministers to discuss important events and decisions that impact our community. Council has received an invitation from Honorable Dan Williams. He is the Minister of Municipal Affairs to meet during the convention. Administration is requesting direction from council regarding which ministers council would like to meet and to provide 2 to 3 topics for discussion to accompany meeting requests.
For these items with Mr. Williams, are we able to email correspondence to staff to include these items for discussion? Yep. If we don't have them prepared right now. Okay.
There is a deadline for council to respond to the invitation, and I believe it is August 10th.
I do have one item for consideration would be potential impacts and the discussion around Bill 28. If that could be one of the items, if council would support that as one of the items.
And yes, can definitely follow up via email.
Okay, Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, also another item might be, what the province intends to do with our tourism industry in the West Country here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just a suggestion, so.
So we have Bill 28 discussions with Minister Williams and impacts of tourism. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
What about with Mr. Williams for the Minister of Municipal Affairs on grants for the hamlet of Caroline for upgrades?
Okay, so
we have a pretty limited amount coming from the Alberta government right at the moment. Is there any chance of getting some more grants maybe?
For
After
municipal
talking with
infrastructure
him.
upgrades. Okay, so it sounds like there's, we have Bill 28, tourism impacts and potential financial assistance or grants from the Government of Alberta regarding municipal infrastructure in the hamlet of Caroline. Are there any council members opposed to any of those items for discussion at RMA with Minister Dan Williams? Seeing nobody opposed. Well, we concluded that item. Please carry on.
Thank you, Reeve. So the next item is the Association of Summer Villages of Alberta, the annual conference for that group. The Association of Summer Villages of Alberta is hosting its 68th annual conference and AGM on October 15th and 16th, 2026. Registration is currently open for the event, which carries the theme Connecting Communities and Creating Futures. The dates again, Thursday, October 15th to Friday, October 16th. The highlights, highlights include educational presentations and networking opportunities, trade show featuring industry-related exhibitors, evening banquet and awards, a silent auction, and entertainment. This prevents opportunities to reconnect with peers. So I'll bring council back to a relevant policy. Councillor attendance at conferences, conventions, annual meetings, and professional development courses. A motion from council is required to authorize attendance and remuneration.
Thank you, Director Hansen. I'll move, I'm seeing no discussion on this, but I'll move that council authorize attendance and remuneration for the Association of Summer Villages of Alberta annual conference. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Do we have a location where this is going to take place, or is that going to come later?
It's in Nisku this year.
Nisku? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I wasn't sure if it was Nisku, Redmond, or Leduc. My apologies, but Nisku. Thank you, Jana. Is there any further discussion on this motion? If not, Councillor Cermak, do you have any further comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Please carry on, Mr. Hansen.
So the last item of note, it's one of our capital projects, which we provide much more detail in the capital projects report there once per month. But Hamlet of Caroline, 49th Street construction progressing much better, compared to the June that we just had. So construction to the upgrade of the 49th Street in the Hamlet of Caroline has been extended. It is scheduled to last until approximately August 24th. There's a little bit of a buffer there, like I say, with the good weather that we're seeing. Certainly the slower practice when it comes to removing that asbestos cement pipe safely was definitely the slower part of the entire operation. They have since been progressing quite well now on the sanitary line as the water line is completed. And yeah, so we understand and appreciate everybody's patience, and if any concerns, please contact the office. And we're looking forward to seeing that project get wrapped up here this summer.
Thank you for the report. Director Hansen, are there any questions from council regarding the CAO report? Seeing none. Moving on to item 7.2, Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report. Is there any discussion on this report? Does administration have any input that they'd like to provide for this report?
None at this time.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move into verbal councillor reports. Item 7.3, and we'll start with Councillor Powell in Ward 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Okay, it's been a little bit of a different last few weeks. I have been able to answer lots of phone calls and emails about roads. So thank you, everybody, for being patient. And it looks like the rain has stopped for a little while. And thanks to all the staff who are trying to get the bumpy roads rectified. I also got to go to my second Caroline Ag Society meeting last night. So thank you to them for having me. And just, yeah, I think that's all I really have to report today.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Are there any questions for Councillor Powell? Seeing none, Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
One question for Councillor Powell. Are the graders making it on the roads down there?
My phone stopped ringing.
That's good. Positive. Yeah, no, not too much to report. We met with the Montana First Nations and had a visit with them over the medical building here. And no direct direction of any kind whatsoever, so that's kind of up in the open, but it was interesting. They were very, very energetic. They've got a solar farm that produces 22.5 megawatts. And, you know, they've got a 15,000 foot square greenhouse that they produce a lot of vegetables for, different stores and one thing there. And then I went to the Trappers Association meeting here last weekend, and it was really great. A good fundraiser. A lot of support from the community, donating things for the fundraiser so that we can get the kids into hunters training and survival courses and other hunters courses. So very positive, very positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Are there any questions for Councillor Letwin for his councillor verbal report? You have a question, Councillor Cermak? Okay, go ahead.
What sector was for Brianna?
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't have my light, it wouldn't.
No worries.
Brianna, how is the expansion going at the Ag Society building in the ice rink arena?
So the information that I was told yesterday was the doors and the frames should be arriving today.
Outside or inside?
I believe those are from the outside, but I was not exactly sure. That was the only report that I had heard, is that they were in transit, so they were happy about that. But when I did show up there last night, it did look nice and tidy outside, so whoever's doing it is keeping it quite organized. But that's all I know. There was no tour given of the current construction this time, but there was the last time, and it was still under construction. So apparently they're ready for frames and doors, and I believe those are on the exterior ones of the arena.
Okay, the ones on the rink hasn't been done on the boards itself?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. It was a different few weeks. Was fortunate enough to speak at the Dave Thompson graduation ceremony where my son graduated. I'll apologize to the girls in communications because I did not follow the speech very well, but it seemed to be fairly well received. So that was a real honor to be there. Other than that, a lot of time spent dealing with calls on roads, emails on roads, driving roads, talking to administration about roads, coming up with solutions for roads. And I think it was really productive. So I was really glad to have those conversations and have administration assist the way that they did. And lastly, just like Councillor Letwin, I was able to meet with the Montana Nation regarding the medical building there. Again, there isn't a whole lot to report from that meeting, but definitely a relationship was made and something to look forward to in the future. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Deputy Reeve? Seeing none. Councillor McCauley, the floor is yours.
I have a lot less than I have normally. Doing the same thing almost everyone else has been doing. The Montana First Nations meeting was a good meeting. Attended a Community Futures in Red Deer, but my laptop crashed, so I could only attend part of it or a little bit of it. We have a couple things coming up, the Nordegg mine tour, which should be fun, I think this week. And I have been getting calls too, as well on dust, which is surprising, like just right after the rain stops, the dust phone calls start coming in. But it's hard to, people need to understand that the schedules for everything gets pushed back because it's only been raining. Nothing else has happened, so those schedules are all delayed, and we'll just have to be patient with us as we get out there and do what we're supposed to do. That's all I have.
Any questions for Councillor McCauley? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. On June 29th, I had a Rocky Senior Housing meeting, and we have people going around and taking a look at the senior housing, doing an evaluation for Caroline, Rocky, and Leslieville at the present time. And I believe there is going to be a meeting in Caroline at the Hub on July 20th about the senior housing in Caroline. The people that are doing our evaluation is doing a public hearing there, so anybody who wants to go can attend that. And that would be great. We had a great meeting at the senior housing, got a lot accomplished that day. Got things on even keel there. And I attended Montana and the town of Rocky Mountain House for the medical clinic in Rocky. And it looks like the Montana people will be giving us a proposal on what they want to do with our medical building. And we should be receiving a proposal on that in the near future, I presume. And that's it. It was a pretty slow 2 weeks.
Okay, are there any questions for Councillor Cermak at this time? Seeing none, Councillor Humphrey, the floor is yours.
Yeah, well, it's turned into a nice summer. Nice to see the rain quit. The muddy roads aren't muddy anymore. Now they're starting to get dusty. But hats off to administration and for Public Works for getting out and getting the roads graded up, and a lot of them are quite improved, so thanks for all your efforts.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Are there any questions, comments for Councillor Humphrey's report? Seeing none, I attended many of the same events, meetings with Montana First Nations and so on as the rest of council, and I attended the Rocky Seniors Housing Council meeting with Councillor Cermak. I also attended the St. Dominic's graduation, where Director Hansen's was able to see him at the graduation ceremony. His daughter graduated there, so that was a very nice event. I also attended the Canada Day celebration at the historic site, along with Deputy Mayor Kalin and our MLA Jason Nixon. The weather was great. The turnout was nice. That was that was a neat event. I also got to attend and bring greetings on behalf of, there was a tour of American producers that had stopped here at Clearwater County at the office. There was roughly 45 or so residents from the United States that had visited and had stopped here at Clearwater County. So that was really neat to be able to have those discussions and bring greetings to that group of agricultural producers from the United States, along with Director Van Newkirk and some other staff members from Clearwater County. I'd also like to just thank Director Hansen for his serving as interim CAO for the past few weeks, and multiple hats as different directors of corporate services, Director of Public Works. So a lot of work on Director Hansen's part. So on behalf of council, thank you. And that would conclude my report. Are there any comments or questions from any council members? Seeing none, we'd be looking for a motion to accept reports as information. Councillor Cermak makes motion to accept section 7 of today's agenda, reports as information. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Moving on into item 8, correspondence. Is there any discussion in any of these items in correspondence? We have a letter from Bentley Days Celebration invitation. We have a letter from Minister Dan Williams regarding the LGFF funding, and we also have a letter regarding the chief electoral 2026 referendum. All that information is in today's agenda and available to the community and the public to view. Seeing no discussion, looking for a motion to accept correspondence as information. Councillor Letwin makes motion to accept correspondence as information. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. Notices of motion, I have seen none, which would leave us with item 10, which is closed session. Be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Welcome back from our closed session for our July 14th, 2026 regular council meeting. We have one motion coming out of closed session. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that we approve Plan 262-1137, Block 5, Lots 11, 12, and 13 on Tilly Avenue in Nordegg to be priced as presented in closed session.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. That concludes today's business for this regular council meeting. Looking for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Powell, you make a motion for adjournment?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion to adjourn by Councillor Powell. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.